Good evening, good evening. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the first Transplant Talk with Naishanda virtual telethon. Guys, I am so excited to do this. I did not think it was going to happen, and then God made a way for it to happen. I am live at Candid Portrait Studios with Chris Candid and some other guests in the audience. And I'm nervous and I'm excited. I've done all the preparation, I've gotten all the guests. So I'm super excited that we all have this opportunity to hear about organ donations from our donor families, from our transplant recipients to living donors. So I'm super excited to have this opportunity. I actually have, a lot of guests. I have a few comedians, and we're just going to try to, hang in there and make it fun. I'm super excited to be able to go nationwide to have special guests to come in and kind of tell their story. So again, thank you all for being a part of Save 1,000 Lives and Transplant Talk with Naishanda. What I need everyone to do is share, 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 start a watch party. I would greatly appreciate that if you can do that. Oh, wow. Hello, 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 everybody. Hello. I hope you all can hear me in the chat. If you can tell me if you can hear me or not, I would greatly appreciate it. Can you hear me? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I hope everyone can hear. Okay, I see we might have some technical difficulties. Give me 1 second. I'm seeing unmute, so I'm wondering if it's over there. It's unmuted now. Can you all hear me now? Thank you for starting the watch party. Jared, can you hear me? Ray, you can hear me? Okay, everybody can hear me now. Listen, guys, it's technology. We just trying to make sure everything's working. Everything's working. And please start a watch party. I have some friends that'll be coming on later. So I hope you all stay and watch them, as well. And I would like to say my spiel again. So if you would indulge me again, this is Naishanda Larimore with Transplant Talk with Naishanda. I am your host today. I would absolutely love for everyone to please, please, please share, share, share. You can also see us on YouTube, Transplant Talk with Naishanda. Like, subscribe, click the bell, and you will be a part of our audience, of our listening audience. And thank you so much. I have a lot of special guests here today. Thank you, Jared. Hello, Tony. Hey, Ray. Thank you for everyone that started a watch party. Thank you so much. So let me make sure I get this information out again. If you go to Donate Life Florida and you register to become an organ donor, then please, please, please make sure that you click, fill out the application. After you've completed the application, click Florida Donors. How did you learn about us? And you click Other, and then you say Save 1,000 Lives. So if you would, please join us. Okay, my mission, make sure I move the banner. All right, so my mission is one, to bring awareness to our African American community about the need of organ donation. Also, to get people registered. My goal is 1,000 people to be registered to become organ donors in the state of Florida. And I want to bring awareness and educate our community on why. And you will see today why this is a great need, why this is a great need. So thank you everyone for joining us. I appreciate you for coming out. And again, this is the first time. There is no blueprint for this. I've never seen it before, to have a virtual telethon. So I thank you again. Please like and share. If you would, also go to YouTube, become part of our audience, and see what we have to offer. I make sure I focus on donor families, transplant recipients, and living donors. So thank you all for being a part of it and watching today. I have my guests already starting to come on. They are ready. And I have one very special guest who will be my host today as well. She'll be my co-host, and she is with Save 1000, not Save 1000 Lives, I'm sorry. She is with Donate Life. She is a public educator coordinator. And what I was doing before COVID-19 was actually going into the community, into the schools, into the churches, letting them know the need, and our driver's ed class, to let people know why you need to register to become an organ donor. So just in case you all don't know, I'll give you a little bit of history. Every day, about 5,700 children and adults in Florida, they are waiting for the gift of life. Across America, that number stands over 100,000. 100,000. So when I tell you, you could fill up a football stadium with the amount of people that are in need of organ transplants, it is absolutely amazing. So please, let's really raise this awareness. Again, if you all are on, please like, share, start a watch party. I want to make sure I get in everyone's home. And Jared, I promise you, I really am excited. I'm so excited about this because it's never been done before. And I've said before, God always gives me the Calculus 3 exams. And I don't even like math like that. But God actually, he does it for me anyway. So without any further ado, I will bring on my co-host who made sure that it was okay with Donate Life to be a part of the broadcast this evening. So she's going to be with me for a while. So get ready, everybody. Okay, I'm going to bring her on. Hello, Leslie. How are you? Let me make sure I unmute you.
Hi, I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here.
Listen, I'm excited that you said yes to be a part of this first ever broadcast, because we've never done this before. Again, you could correct me if I'm wrong, if you've ever seen it before.
Very exciting. It's very exciting. And I just want to
Very-
clarify, Naishanda, that I actually work for LifeQuest Organ Recovery Services, which is
Okay.
one of the 58 OPOs under Donate Life America.
Okay. Well, we are all in the same boat together. Our mission is still the same, which is to
Absolutely.
bring awareness about organ donation. And again, you can find us on YouTube and share. If you become an organ donor, please let me know. If you are an organ donor now, can you put a blue or green heart in our comments? If you are an organ donor now, please put a blue or green or both of them in the comments, and we would greatly appreciate that. And so, Leslie, I would like for you to tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do, because you also have a personal connection with it in this community. So if you would please share.
I started working in the field in 2007. My very first introduction to organ donation was in 2006. My 15-year-old, we call our my husband's children my bonus children. He was 15 years old, and he went to get his learner's permit, and he thought that organ donation was a pretty cool thing, so he checked the box to be a donor on his learner's permit. Little did we know, about a few months later, he would be in a car accident and declared brain dead, and we would be in a position to honor that wish. We actually were very thankful that he had made that decision, because it was one less decision that we had to make that day. So about a year and a half later, there was a position in the paper to go into the hospitals and work with the families at the moment where the decision to decide to donate if their loved one was not registered, or to inform the family that their loved one is a registered donor and support them through that process. And I thought, I should be doing that. So I applied for the job, and I worked in Virginia for 10 years. And then I did some of the same work up in New York with Live on New York for the last 3 years. And now I am here in Florida in a different role as a public education coordinator. And I just want to share with you all, anybody, who's wondering kind of what happens. I think that donation saved my family. We called it, after the casserole stopped coming, that period of time where everybody kind of swarms around you, and then everybody goes back to their normal life, and you're sort of trying to figure out where do we go now? What do we do? And there's a whole aftercare program that takes care of the donor families. So not only on the day that he died, and his name was Robert Sneed, not only on the day that he died, every single year we get to celebrate the lives he saved and not just be sad because he's gone. But immediately afterwards, we were so well taken care of. Even our own families had a hard time saying his name. But this whole organization was putting his name up in highlights and honoring him as a donor and honoring us as a donor family. And it was a very healing experience after all of it, to know that there was this support system that we would have preferred to never be a part of, just because we certainly would have rather had our 15-year-old, but that it existed and it was there. And, the fact that he saved lives, and at such a young age, he also created a legacy for himself that, in his earthly body, he wasn't here long enough to do.
What a beautiful way. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
What a beautiful way to honor Mr. Sneed. What a beautiful way. 15 years old. And he saved how many people?
2 kidneys. Yeah,
He
was pretty beat up from the accident. He was an athlete. He was a hockey player and a football player.
Okay.
We were really surprised the heart and lungs didn't go, but they were pretty bruised from the seatbelt.
Okay.
But 2 lives, so that's super incredible, and we were very pleased to be able to honor his wish. And if you're out there listening to this and you're a parent, don't think it can't happen. Have those conversations with your children. If your children are little, have that conversation with your spouse. Now's the time to talk about those things, not in the middle of trauma and crisis.
Right. Absolutely. And I just want to, again, let everyone understand how I got here. And, I think we both kind of experienced the same thing. I was waiting. We were waiting for a heart and a kidney with my late husband, Leonard Wayne Larimore. And because of him and that tragedy that we experienced, then I got deeper into organ donation. And so when he passed away in 2018, Save1000Lives was born and birthed. And I really would love to thank Pamela Rittenhouse, who you took her position as a public educator. And I truly thank her for doing the videos that she did for us, for everyone to, be more informed in the importance. And she really educated me on why we needed to be organ donors. My father became an organ donor. More people in my family became organ donors. And, I will share a special story a little later. I'm waiting for some of my guests to come on, and I'm waiting for my special guest to come on so that we can have this connection with the other two. Um, and if I have my guests, can you all make sure you kind of turn your mics up a little bit so that everyone can hear you? Again, thank you, Leslie, for being here and sharing that story. And I know losing a child is never easy because I've actually experienced that myself, although they did not, a nephew and a child. And, those decisions to make them organ donors could be a very simple one. And again, well, I have one special guest here, and I just want him to come on real quick. His name is John. I always say it wrong, John. Watch. I say Leonard or Leonard, and he's going to correct me. And I'm going to bring him on now. He is a kidney transplant recipient, and he is from Alabama. And I'm just happy to have him here. I'm going to bring him on now. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
It's Leonard.
I told you I mess it up every time. Because I think
happens every day.
Leonard, right? Not Leonard, Leonard.
Right,
So both names was in my head anyway.
Yeah.
So I thank you for taking your busy time out just to speak with us. I see my other guests have come on, and I am so excited, John, that you decided to come be a part. Can you just share with the audience? You didn't just get one kidney transplant; you received two, and his story is amazing. Leslie, I think my heart dropped just listening to some of the things that he experienced doing the first one. I want to say, and so John, if you would please give the audience just a little bit of your background and why people should become organ donors. You have it, my brother.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Leslie, for your story. That was an amazing story from your son. And yeah, I'm trying to wrap it up really quick because it's a long story. It happened over 20 years. Right out of college, I found out I had kidney failure. Didn't go to the doctor and all that kind of stuff, and didn't notice the signs, but eventually had to get on dialysis, and eventually got on the transplant list when I moved to Orlando, and received a transplant after a couple years. And right 2 weeks after the 2 weeks after the transplant, excuse me, I had an accident where I was at home and I sneezed too hard and the wound opened up and I bled, almost bled to death. And because I was alone, it took so long, and I bled out a lot. But over time, after helicopter flights across town and all that kind of stuff, and emergency blood transfusions and whatnot, after a few months, I eventually lost the kidney. So moved to this past year. Well, not even this past year, 6 months ago, I was able to receive my second kidney transplant in February 13th of this year, right before COVID, literally right before COVID. So I've pretty much been at home since mid-February, but it's a blessing to receive a kidney, and in my case two. It makes you really appreciative of the people who donate, the families who, whose loved ones I get to carry. I consider it an honor, being able to carry a part of them on with me, and it gives me, more purpose to do great things. God has blessed me to be able to still live out my dreams, even though it's been very difficult. I'm a college band director at Tuskegee University, here in Alabama, and that was my dream. And even through dialysis and kidney failure and going through these, transplants and all the, even, my students would support me through everything. They knew about everything. I'll talk to them about organ donation and, just, how important it was to me. So, anybody. And I mean, I had a family member, I think I told Naishanda before, I had a family member who needed a heart transplant. And because we were kind of like the family that needed donations, and we kind of had a bond. And unfortunately, she passed. But I remember I was charged with getting up to speak at her funeral just about donating. And I guess, I don't know if I was younger or whatever at the time. I said, you're not taking it with you. Why not carry your legacy on to somebody else and be a blessing to someone else? And I know it can be a difficult decision, but it's something that's a part of you that will live on. So, and that's my story. Trying to keep it short.
I always appreciate you when you are coming. I said, listen, I gotta have my brother on here because your story was so colorful. The first time we did an interview, and you had people clutching their pearls.
Right.
Just because how you handle that situation. And I was like, your poor mother. So thank you for encouraging everyone to be organ donors. Hopefully your family has they've become organ donors. And guys, you don't have to have, at least in Florida, you don't have to have it on your driver's license. Again, you can go to donatelifeflorida.org or register me and sign up to become an organ donor. So as long as everyone knows that, for those of you that like to be secretive, then you definitely can go to the website and put it there. It's so amazing, all the stories you hear about why a person cannot become an organ donor. And so just so that people know, here's one of the myths. My religion doesn't support organ, eye, and tissue donation. That has absolutely nothing to do with it. All right. So you definitely can become an organ donor. It's funny to me how many people, will say that. That's why education is so important. I'm a teacher in the classroom, and I'm a teacher in the community. And that's what I feel like I am driven to do. So, John, thank you so much for telling your story. I appreciate you. And good luck this year. I know we are social distancing, and he is the band director of Tuskegee University. And my heart goes out to, I got a special place in my heart for them because they made sure they treated him right and they showed him some love. So again, Tuskegee University Marching Band, I absolutely love you. And thank you so much, John, for popping in and being a part of the show. And he is my Marching 100 brother.
That's right.
From Tallahassee, Florida, the highest of 7 hills.
Yes.
Fabulous, wonderful, often duplicated, Marching, imitated and duplicated. You can't duplicate it. All right. We're the Marching 100. So thank you, my brother. Thank you. So shout out to FAMU and Tuskegee. All right. Absolutely. Love you, my brother.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm. All right. I have, remove him real quick. And let me bring Leslie back on. All right, Leslie, I have two dynamic women. They are my sisters from another mister. And one is Rochelle Lynch. She is my paparazzi sister. She always have me, and I became a paparazzi consultant, and I sell $5 bling, just like she does. And so if it's $5, if you pay more than $5, you pay too much. So so I have her, and then I have Miss Carol. That is definitely, she is my angel. She is my angel on earth. And when we were, and she definitely is my sister, when we were looking at my late husband meeting his demise, they were right there. I called her and I said, hey, things not looking good. And she said, you need me to come. Now I'm in Jacksonville and she's in Madison County.
Aw.
She drove. She's a school teacher. And she said, I'm there for you, sister. So she was connected to my tears every time I would, cry. I get a ding from her. And she's just sending me a message to be strong and carry on. So I'm going to bring my sister, Carol.
Wonderful.
I'm going to bring my sister, Carol.
Hi,
I'm
Carol.
going to unmute her. And Rochelle.
Hello.
Hello, hello. That's my beautiful sister. And Rochelle family and Carol's family were very connected because Carol's husband and Rochelle's father received a heart in the same month, and they were in the hospital at the same time to receive a heart from Mayo Hospital.
Wonderful.
And so let me bring Rochelle again, my paparazzi sister. On here. Isn't she beautiful? Lord have mercy. Isn't she beautiful? And she always and she's always rocking that hat with the jury. She definitely has a face and a look for hats. And ladies, I know today is the coming month, September is a very, very special month for you all because it is their heart anniversary, right? That's what I'm gonna call it. That was their heart anniversary when they received the heart. Mr. Moses received his heart on Carol's birthday, which was September 18th. And then Carol's husband, my brother Griffin, received his heart shortly after on September 21st. So, Rochelle talks about it all the time about how the family is so grateful that they were able to, have a donor for their parents because they definitely waited a long, long time, in the hospital. And they had those disrespectful thing called
Try run.
the dry run. And so they experienced that, and what heartbreaking moment that is to know, hey, you're about to get a heart, and then they say, nope, you're not going to get a heart. So ladies, I'm going to stop talking. And Rochelle, I know it's also Mr. Moses' birthday in a few days as well. So how amazing is that? So Rochelle, I just want you to share a little bit of your father's story with our audience, and again, why it's so important to become organ donors. So Rochelle, I'm gonna move out so that you and Carol are in the picture. All right, hold on.
All right. Good evening, everyone. And Shonda, thank you so much for allowing me to be here and share my dad's journey. And actually, they're on right now. They're listening. So, Mom and Dad, this is for you. And Carol, it's so nice to see you and Solomon again. So, thank you for letting me be here. My name is Rochelle, and I'm the daughter of my awesome dad, Moses Lynch. He received a heart. We're coming up on his 4-year heartversary. His birthday is on September the 1st. I can tell you, just fast forward, we are so thankful that we're able to celebrate his 72nd birthday on September the 1st because of his courageous donor. So my dad, prior military, had been experiencing heart issues shortly after he retired from the military. And, as the years went on, his heart conditions continued to deteriorate to the fact where he couldn't feel his heart beating anymore. He just felt like it was very shallow. He couldn't feel anything. And at the advisement of his doctor, his cardiology team, they told him, you need to get a heart transplant. So right away, as his daughter and our entire family, we were like, oh my gosh, what does that mean? What does that consist of? We see these things on the movies. We've seen how, they're racing to find a donor and running through the hospital and helicopters. All that was going through my head. That's all I could see. Because I had no true understanding of what that meant to be an organ donor and the time sensitivity that goes along with it. So with him being told he needed to be put on the organ donor list, That was a family decision, but ultimately that was his decision. We were there as his support. And, he looked to us, his family, for advice. And we wanted him, our overall thing for him was, we want you here. So whatever it meant, he had to make that decision. And he made that decision to be put on the organ donor list. So with that's a journey. That's back and forth to the hospital. There's numerous appointments, meeting with social workers, meeting with psychologists, getting, even down to going to the dentist to make sure his teeth were in good health. So that was a journey. And I can tell you, my parents live in another city. My brother and I live in another city. So thank God the hospital where he needed to be at, right here where we are. So they were able to travel and make these appointments. So with the appointments, got on the list, passed all the evaluations. And shortly after that first evaluation, he received his phone call with a heart. And it happened so fast that, this is a mental decision that you have to make. And he wasn't ready. We were in shock too. He wasn't ready. So he's like, I can't do it. I can't do it. So after he said no, it wasn't too much longer to where we saw his health go down. We saw that he was having trouble breathing, having trouble sleeping, having trouble eating. I mean, his overall appearance had changed, and we knew that it just was, he wasn't doing well. So we again met, and of course we prayed, and we talked about it. And a friend of mine actually told me, she's like, Rochelle, you need to go to a support group and talk to some of the other patients that are either waiting or have had the transplant already done. So I did go, and I listened, and I asked questions, and immediately that was when I got out of the meeting, and I called my mom and dad, and I said, Dad, you got to get here and listen to what I was just told. Get to the support group. So they made their way here, went to the support group, and I remember my dad sitting at the table, and he was crying, and he said, I want to do this. I want to get back on the list. So we started the evaluation process over, and thank God he was put back on the list. And this time the doctor said, you will have to check yourself into the hospital. Which date do you want to come in? So he had to pick the date. So that, again, this is all stressful because you're literally having to relocate from one city to the next to be in the hospital. My mom was still working. So her employer understood what we were going through. My brother and I were still working. So he went into the hospital July the 19th of 2016. And I'll be quick, but 2019, and that's where we met Naishanda, and that's where we met Leonard, and that's where we met Carol and Solomon Griffin, and several other those that were waiting as well. So we connected as a family. We became friends. We became praying partners. We became, we're an extended family. So while they're waiting, we waited for 2 months. My dad waited for 2 months. And I can tell you what, my mom never missed a day. My mom never missed a day. She was there every single day to make sure that he was taken care of. So he got his phone call on September the 18th of 2016 that an organ donor was located. And I'll never forget the call. He was so calm. I'm like, I don't know what I would be doing if someone called me, but he was so calm about it. And he's like, they found a heart. And I remember driving home from work. I'm like, what? They found a heart. We were excited. We were nervous. And he was so calm about it. And September the 18th rolled over into the next morning. He received his gift of a new heart. And 4 years later, he has not had any rejections. And we're so thankful to God and to our donor and the donor's family that he had a second chance of life, and we get to still enjoy him and celebrate him every year. Every day I think about the miracle. My grandmother, my dad's mother, 94 years old, still talks about it to this day. She's just in complete shock and disbelief that he has someone else's heart beating in his chest. And to me, that just brings tears to my eyes every time I think of that. So if you're not an organ donor, I highly recommend you sign up. I did. I was not in the beginning because, you heard those myths, you heard those things like why you shouldn't. But I can tell you that I immediately signed up to become an organ donor to save someone's life.
Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you. Thank you. I hope everybody can hear me. Thank you so much for sharing your story. I think Carol had just moved away for a quick second, but I also want to be able to let everyone know, and it is on the screen now. Me doing this telethon is also bringing awareness. I'm bringing awareness, but I'm also asking for donations for the Gabriel House. And if families are if they're from out of the state of Florida or not living in Jacksonville, they are able to stay at, and it's a transition house, and they are allowed to stay there until they kind of get their recovery. And Carol and Solomon were also they also live there. It costs about $40 a day to live or to stay at the Gabriel House, and so I want to be able to raise funds to help them. So I have a Cash App, Save1000Lives, and you can also go to my page, Save1000Lives.squarespace.com, and of course I will have all of that on the screen in just a second. I got so excited about having Rochelle on here and having Carol on here. So I have to make sure that this is not just about this is my organ donation, but it's also, if you all wouldn't mind giving a donation to Gabriel House as well. Again, it's located here in Jacksonville, Florida. All right, so I think Carol is I think she's ready to go. I think she's ready to go because her story is amazing as well. I can kind of see she's moving around a little bit. You good, Carol? I hope she's saying yes. You good, sis?
She's still muted.
I know she's muted. I gotta unmute her.
There she is.
Can we hear you, Carol?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can. Well, let me also say, she's a teacher, she's an author, she's every woman. She does those things. She takes care of children, their family. It's just such a special part of my life, and I hold them near and dear to my heart. The Lynches and the Griffins. I just love me some of them because they are right here. They have such the sweetest giving spirit that I can't even thank them enough for everything that they've done. So I'm gonna move out the way and let Carol give her her story, because it's definitely dynamic. As a caregiver, I just want you all to know, as a caregiver, it's not just the patient that is going through the transition, it's the whole family. It affects everyone at the same time. So if you've never experienced it or you've never been a caregiver, I'm telling you, it's tough, because you forget all about you and you want to make sure that you care for that patient. So, Carol.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carol Griffin. As she mentioned, I am the caregiver for my husband, who received a heart transplant on September 21st, 2016. It's been almost 4 years now. Oh boy, I don't know where to start. But anyway, he was working full time, doing great, exercising at the gym 4 or 5 times a week, doing great. And all of a sudden, he had shortness of breath, and we thought maybe bronchitis, something. Well, anyway, we found out it was congestive heart failure. He went from working out, full-time work, to being hospitalized, and the doctor telling us he was going to eventually need a heart. You talk about life. That was very life-changing. It caught us all by surprise, and we had to think on our feet, and they didn't want to leave the hospital. He really wanted to send him directly to Mayo Clinic. So he did release him from the hospital 2 weeks after being diagnosed, and exactly 2 weeks after that, we were back at the hospital. He had to have emergency surgery. He had to receive oh my goodness, my mind went blank, a pacemaker and a defibrillator. He received that, and so we went on after receiving that, and the doctors told us that it would only last for so long. So, and true enough, it only lasted for so long. They put him on medication. He was on medication, and when the medication would no longer work, it had done all it could do. The doctors told us, okay, we have to make a decision. You need to make a decision. And what happened was he made the decision to be admitted to the hospital. He could have stayed home, but staying home and actually being on the transplant list is almost as if you're not priority until when waiting on a heart, unless you're actually hospitalized. You're there with them every day. They're able to do everything they can to keep you going, to keep you thriving, to keep you in good health until they find a heart. And I said that it sounds like a very short story, but this was over a period of 5 years. And within those 5 years, we were back and forth to the hospital, back and forth to the emergency room. It was a lot of up and down. I'm thankful for the job that I had at the time as a teacher and how flexible they were with me, how much they understood, and my kids in the classroom, how much they encouraged me. It was all great. But when it came down to that point and he had to be hospitalized to be listed, kind of at the top of the list, it was very tough because he was in Jacksonville, 2 hours away from here, and I was working every day, calling every day to check on him, able to go on the weekends sometimes to visit, not every weekend. It was tough, but we knew that in the end it would be worth it because we were looking forward to him getting a heart. Now, as she mentioned earlier, the dry run, it was just that. Solomon got to the point where they found a potential heart, and this happened twice. But the second time around, they found a potential heart, and they had him prep, everything. He was ready to be rolled down the hallway and taken into the operating room. And at that point, he got a phone call. And the doctor said, Solomon, we're sorry, but we just ran one last test on the heart and it failed. And that was the most hurting thing. I thought I'd never come out of it. I was depressed. I just kind of like entered into this dark place. And with that being said, I had friends, I had family, I had a great support system, and they really, truly supported me, helped me get back on my feet, think positive, and go at it once more. And so the next time he got a phone call, I was at home. He called me and told me what was going on, and I said, well, okay. And it was almost as if, well, she doesn't believe me. And it wasn't that I was hurt so bad. So I said, before with the dry run, I said, okay, I'll wait and we'll see what happens. And the closer it got to time, I told him, and I talked to the nurses, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, y'all call me when he's in the operating room and you have him opened up. And okay, then I'll believe it. Then I'll know that it's really real. And true enough, it was real. And he did receive his heart. And I didn't go down beforehand. By the time I got there, he had already received it and it had happened. And we reached out to the donor family, didn't receive any information back from them, but I just need for them to know how grateful we are. His family, his friends, his children, everybody, how grateful we are for their family member being an organ donor. That has meant so much to us. And since then, we've been spreading the news, and we've had our own children and other people join in and become donors. It's wonderful. I'm an organ donor, and I just feel like if I could do anything to help anybody live on after I'm gone, then that's just an awesome thing. So with that being said, I kind of wrapped it up, but I'm telling you, it is truly, truly a journey, and it's not an easy one at all, but it is worth it. It is so worth it to stay the course and just kind of see what's going to happen in the end, because I promise you, if you stay the course and you hang in there, something good is definitely waiting for you. Something good
Can
is
I
definitely
share
waiting.
something? Naishanda, can I share something?
Yes.
When
Yes,
I would
absolutely.
be, a couple things. The first thing I want to share with those of you that are our guests here that are talking from the recipient side of things, as a family support coordinator, when I went in to talk to a family and knew that their loved one was not on the registry, at that point, your loved ones and Mr. Leonard, you came in with me. We were 100% about taking care of that donor family, but we were 150% about making sure that we talked to these families and got them on board with understanding the magnitude and the power of donation, because we thought about the recipients. It's called dual advocacy in our field, and that is 100%, 150% what we do. It's about the donor families and the donors, but it is also about the recipients. And then the other thing I wanted to share with you all is the in the hospital, when the transplant coordinator is working up the organs for transplant, and you guys are talking about a dry run where you get that call and you go in and it doesn't happen. Can I just tell you how devastating it is for the family and for our team as well? A lot of those families, especially with a heart, hearts and lungs are harder to come by, healthy hearts and lungs for transplant. So when they find something, or the doctors, they will ask for echocardiograms over and over and over again to make sure this is the perfect organ for whoever's getting it. And if one little thing comes back off and it doesn't happen, everybody is devastated. So know in your hearts, and anybody else out there who's watching right now, who may be a recipient or has a loved one who's a recipient, that we are all in this together for the recipients. And the donor families tend to be just as devastated too. After organ recovery, when I would follow up with the donor families, those families that I had to say, unfortunately, we could not place the heart or whatever. We can't really share with them why, but they were devastated. They would be just as devastated as you might have been feeling when you realized in that second that he wasn't going into the OR for the surgery. And then as far as writing to your donor family, I commend you guys for doing that. I've written to Robbie's recipients every single year for the last 14 years, and I've heard nothing back from them. Don't stop. Keep writing, because eventually they will come around. And the other thing you have to keep in mind, that letter goes to the transplant center, and then the transplant center has to send it to the organ procurement organization where the donor family was. So there's plenty of places for that letter to get lost. So don't ever stop, around the anniversary or whenever you just feel. Sometimes at the holidays, I might send a note, but it's emotional on both sides. I understand sometimes the recipients know that somebody died. And Robbie's car accident was a very big public accident. There were 4 children in the car, 2 died. And so if his kidneys went locally, those people may have seen all of that news coverage and the articles. So I encourage you to keep writing.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sis. Thank you so much for again sharing your story. How you've been on Transplant Talk with me, and of course, you all were definitely one of my first guests just as Tyrone and Dee, just to be able to share your story with people and not be shy and not being quiet. You know, it is for us to be able to speak out and let people know that this greatly affects the multicultural community as well. And so we can't sit idly by and do nothing. So again, thank you, sis. I see more guests are coming on. I'm so excited.
You're welcome. You're so welcome.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Why is her mic muted? Lisa, can you hear me? Leslie, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Carol, how's your husband doing? How did it change his life?
He's right here.
Does brother want to show his face?
He's doing well.
Good.
And it's been September 21st will be 4 years, and he hasn't had any complications and hasn't been hospitalized since the day he left with his new heart.
Right. And with COVID-19 going on, you know, he's making sure he's taking very good care of himself. And,
yes.
Yeah, sis doesn't play that. She makes sure that my brother is doing well. So we don't have any problems, and I'm just so thankful that God continues to bless them, you know, and that's all I pray for. I pray that they continue to bless him. So thank you all again. I see some more people coming on. Hi, Miss Geneva.
All right.
And thank you, sis. I got to go. My people lining up. All right.
Hey, get to it. Love you.
I'm excited. I love you, sis. I love you. All right. Bye, sis. Thank you, Rochelle. Wait a minute. Let me pull Rochelle back up here for a second. I just don't want to leave her out. I definitely want to say thank you, Rochelle, for telling your story. Thank you. And again, everybody, please donate. Save 1,000 Lives. We are doing this for Gabriel House. If you all wouldn't mind donating to Save 1,000 Lives, or go to, I'll make sure I put everything in the chat. All right. Thank you, ladies. I love you all so much.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right. Okay.
Those are great stories.
I know. I love them for just being them. I just love them. I love them. All right, so I'm trying to get them out. No. I need her to. Oh, okay. So maybe she got out. All right. I want to try. I have a band. Just while we take a quick break, very quickly. So I'm hoping the you can't hear me. They not ready. Okay. All right. Thank you. So I have a dear friend, and we have something in common as it relates to organ donation or losing our husbands. Her name is Mary Powell, and our husbands were friends. Our late husbands were friends at Mayo Hospital, and I want to bring her on very quickly. Hi, Mary. Hold on, I'll make sure I unmute you. Hi, Mary.
Shonda, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you. And when I did this, I definitely had Roy in mind, because Roy was both. Roy was a organ recipient as well as an organ donor.
Wow.
So I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for making a decision to make, Roy, like, he did receive his heart, and we were so thrilled and we were so happy to, see that he had got the call, and he was looking so good and he was doing so well. And, unfortunately, he met his demise. And I was so shocked. I was just so shocked. And immediately my heart went out to you And so I wanted people to see how this affects, affects families in many ways. So even though, because a lot of people think, well, if I become an organ donor, I don't know what happened to her, Mary. Okay. Even though I become an organ donor, if I receive one, I can't be one. And Leslie, I don't know how many times you hear that story.
All the time.
All the time. And so Mary, can you tell us a little bit about Roy with his funny self? He loved to laugh and make jokes. And can you tell us a little bit about Roy?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
his heart didn't develop because he used to race stock cars, and he had a bad accident which caused a massive heart attack. So for 20 years, he was 38 when that happened. So for 20 years, he survived, but once his health started going downhill, it went downhill fast, and he developed congestive heart failure, and the only thing that he could have was a transplant, but he was a smoker, so he had to quit smoking and no cigarettes for 6 months before he could get on the list. So we had a choice. We could take him to hospice, or he could get a heart pump. And that's, Leonard, Naishanda's husband, also had a heart pump. And that's where they met during their recuperation in the hospital after that surgery, which in itself is considered a transplant, just not a live organ transplant. And he actually did well with the heart pump. And we were able to live at home waiting for his heart. And it's almost 2 years now where he got the call that they had a heart. And of course, we didn't have a dry run. It really happened, and he made it through the surgery. We stayed at Gabriel House, which the friends we made there and the people there and just the recovery, we stayed there for almost 3 months, and it just was our support system. And to this day, we love everybody there. It's a wonderful organization. And we came home, and he was doing well, but we got home on a Wednesday, and unfortunately on Sunday something happened, and we don't know what happened, but he didn't survive. So but yeah, that night I kept getting a call, and I was ignoring it because it was from the hospital, and I didn't really feel like talking to anybody there. And I finally, after midnight that night, I called them. I answered the call, and I found out that I knew Roy was an organ donor, but I didn't realize that we could donate anything, and I explained that, and they said, no, we can. He can still be a donor. And so we went through all the questions, all the medications, even with all of his anti-rejection drugs, he still could donate skin and bones. And he couldn't do his eyes because he had glaucoma. But so he did become an organ donor, which I know for a fact was probably his proudest moment. So yeah, we kind of were on both sides of it. I had no idea how the other side worked.
Yeah. So, and I know Lisa definitely being part, of the community with her bonus son, being a donor. It was such it's such an honor to honor them by them. They are a hero to me, being able to give that gift of life. So Mary, thank you so much. I know we talk within our widow group online, and so again, I'm just so grateful to know you.
Yes.
And we're definitely doing this journey. I definitely encourage you, all the time, because immediately my heart sunk when I found out, that he had passed away. So immediately I wanted to reach out to you. and just let you know how much I love you and was praying for you and praying for your strength. And so thank you so much for jumping on. I just could not do this without acknowledging Roy and being a hero that he was, to receive one and to give the gift of life as well. So Mary, thank you so very much. I love you so much.
And just for the listeners, and maybe Mary, for you as well, one tissue donor can save up to 70 or enhance up to 75 lives. And
Thank you.
I didn't
Thank
know if you're aware, Mary, but you can also contact the OPO that handled the donation, the folks that you talked to. I'm sure you get follow-up support through them, and they can actually share with you how many actual of those donor grafts went out and have been used.
Oh, wow. Wow. Look, Leslie, I'm so glad you were here giving all this knowledge. Thank you.
I-
Thank you so much, because I definitely didn't know that.
Yeah, it's
What did
amazing.
you, Mary?
say that yeah, the organization that he was able to donate to, as I was going through different papers after he died, I realized that he had an appointment with that organization, that he was going to volunteer his time with them and go out and talk to people to get organ donors. And it was the same organization that he ended up donating to.
Was
So,
it LifeNet?
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's who I worked for in Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
No, they handle the tissue side of things here in Florida.
I just felt like that was full circle, you know.
That's
But
wonderful.
yeah. Well,
What a
thank
blessing. What a blessing.
yes. It was a blessing. The whole transplant process. I mean, it's an amazing group of people, and you can't do it without the organ donors.
Nope. Nothing happens without the donors, for sure. What a great story. Thank you so much, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. And when I come down that way, we're gonna do brunch.
Yes.
Most definitely. When my daughter goes back to school, I'll
Okay.
definitely ride a little further, and
Okay.
we'll definitely sit down and have brunch. Thank you so much, Mary. All right. Have a good one.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
All right. All right. All right. So I have a special treat, even though I have my Atlanta crew ready. I see they are in the building. My AMAC crew from Atlanta. I see y'all. I'm ready for you all. I see Tony. I see Teresa. So thank you. But I have a very special guest, because sometimes this gets so heavy that I had to call my good friend, my good friend, Miss Jen Weeks. I hope she's ready. I hope she hears me, and she's just gonna make us laugh for a little bit, and then we will have our I'm sorry, not EMAT, but AMAT. All right, the Georgia Peaches. The ladies that are in Georgia with AMAT, and we'll come back to you. So let me bring on Miss Jen Weeks. Hold on.
Laughter is good for the soul.
I know. I said we gotta laugh. We have to laugh. I'm gonna remove us. Hi, Jen.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know we're running behind, but everybody is popping on. I'm so excited.
It's great. I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying the stories. I thought I would be crying, but I haven't cried. So
Listen,
that's
I tell people don't be crying on here now. I don't have time to cry. I don't have time to cry.
Listen, I'm almost 40. I'm emotional for no reason. So I mean, I was ready. I got tissue. I didn't know how it was gonna go. So
Listen, for the people that were born in the in the 70s, 73 back, we don't want to hear that. Because I'm emotional. I'm a water bag. But I would love for you to bless the people with something funny. Thank you. I'm gonna remove myself because I want to laugh too.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Naishanda, for asking me to be on here. I think this is super dope, and I'm so excited. To everybody who's been on, this has been really dope. Again, I am Jen Weeks. I'm a comedian here in Jacksonville, Florida. I just wanted to bring some laughter during a very, very heavy conversation, but it's been good. So, like I told Naishanda, I will be 40 soon. I will be 40 next week, and I'm excited about that. But I have noticed that there are some things I need in my 40s that I didn't need in my 20s, like naps. I did not need naps in my 20s. I could sleep 2 hours and be good. Not in 2020. Not when I'm almost 40. I sleep 8 hours and wake up in the morning and still take a 15-minute power nap. Okay. That's how much I adore sleep at this point in my life. And I've also noticed, is it me, or the older you get, the younger your bladder gets? I'm almost 40, but I promise you, my bladder is in VPK. Do you hear me? If I drink anything more than a Capri Sun, it's going to be a problem. There better be a bathroom within the next 20 minutes, or there's going to be a problem. And I'm also, my friends can tell you, I am super frugal. I'm a penny pincher, couponer, and all that. So I watch my costs. That's just me. So I decided to have a dinner party for my birthday, and I invited just my closest friends. They've known this for months, but one of my friends just told me recently that she was pregnant. So I'm like, oh my gosh, congratulations. This isn't a +1 to my party, right? And she kind of got upset. I'm like, well, you knew I was planning this, so you and your husband should have planned accordingly. Okay, you should have waited or something, because this is by plate. I'm not fixing you a plate. So I invited her and her husband. I'm like, either you and the baby can come, or just your husband come and he can call you on FaceTime. But there's only one plate. I was like, but I do expect a gift from all three of y'all. So please make sure that you govern yourself accordingly. But I know what I signed up for. As I'm getting older, I know there's things that I don't like. My patience has gotten shorter. I do not like bad advice. Do not give me bad advice. Do not give me advice that you're not qualified to give. I'm single, but I don't like people giving me marriage advice if they're newlyweds. I have a friend who's been married maybe 2 months, and she is ready to do a marriage conference. She's always, Jen, let me tell you what you should do, and you should try this, and you should get married. It's so worth it. You'll love it. Girl, you don't even know if it's worth it yet. I'm like, is your last name changed on your license yet? Is the ink dry on the certificate? I'm like, technically, you don't even know if it's worth it yet. This ring ain't even yours. Your husband still got 6 easy payments to K Jewelers. So technically, you don't know if it's worth it yet. The ring ain't even yours, okay? Put in some time, okay? If ain't now one of y'all slept on the couch or went and sleep at your parents' house for the night, you don't know if it's worth it yet. So spend a little more time in your marriage, then tell me, okay? I don't like for people bigger than me to give me weight loss advice. I just feel like that may not be your field of expertise, you know? I mean, I have one of my coworkers, when I used to go in the office, my coworker would be like, well, Jen, he was like 3-4 times my size. Let me tell you what I did. I'm like, perhaps you should tell me what you didn't do. Because what you did isn't working in that department. Okay, we're going to take on some other advice from you. All right. So, that's just me. I'm just, I don't like advice if it ain't worthy of being advised. And I just want to tell y'all right quick, I just got a message. I just like to let y'all know, somebody called in, want to know if they can donate neck molds. We are not taking that right now. Okay. By somebody, I mean me, because they are everywhere. I have the neck of a 76-year-old grandmama named Beatrice. Do you hear me? They are everywhere. They come with the 40, I assume. So I would love to give some of these away. You can have these. And also, we had a young lady called and asked if she could be put at the top of the donor list for edges. Ma'am, we're not doing that today either, okay? But we will keep you and your baby hairs in prayer, okay? But that is not the type of donor thing we are talking about on today. As I've been home, I've had a lot of time to think during quarantine, and I have realized that my mama and my grandmama have been lying to me. My grandmama used to tell me every day, black is slimming, black is slimming. Where am I black is slimming? And I walked past the mirror today and I realized I've been black my entire life. I've never been accused of being slim. My grandmama just been lying to me. I don't understand it. I'm in here in this black hot for no reason. Could have worn red, purple, something else, and still been the same size. It don't change nothing. I promise you. So I was thinking about my mama too. Being home during this quarantine, it allows you to think about stuff that you had. So I thought about my childhood. When we were little, my mom tried to give me and my sisters a little incentive to do better in school and to work harder. So she said, I will give you $10 for every A you make and $5 for every B. So me and my sisters started getting A, B honor roll, straight A honor roll. So, my mom was dishing out money for a couple of semesters and then she stopped. And I forgot about it until like 3 months ago. And it hit me, Mama, you in arrears. You owe me money. So, I called her and was talking to her about it. And she's kind of like, whatever, that was a long time ago. I'm like, So at this point, like, we on the fence with each other. Like, I call her and it starts out good, but it started to go downhill. Because I call her like, hey, mama. She like, hey, baby. And then I go right into my spiel. I'm talking about right into it. I'm like, ma'am, this is an attempt to collect a debt. Okay. And any information obtained from this call will be used for that. Calls may be recorded. When I tell you she hang up in my face every time, even when I come to her house and knock on the door, she look out the window and see me and be like, she's not home. So it's just disrespectful, really. Guys, that's my time. I am comedian Jen Weeks. Thank you so much for having me. Naishanda, you are doing an amazing job. So thank you for having me.
Look, Jen, you always keep me in stitches, girl. You always make me laugh. I so love you. Thank you.
Thank you. I love you too. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate it.
I know people say, hey, I've never done, I've never done this before. I said I've never done a telethon before. So, it's everyone's first. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for having me. You are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good one. All righty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to see if let me try to remove her. Hey, Leslie, bring you back. All right.
Hi.
Listen, I hope everyone enjoy her. Listen, she keeps me in stitches. I just always love to have Jen around. Her personality is just so infectious, and she's definitely going to have you in stitches. I do have music chemistry, which is a band. I'm trying to see if they are ready. All right. So next, we are right. We kind of still right on time. So next we just maybe 4 minutes behind, and that's okay because such is life, right? So next I have the Georgia crew. The Georgia crew is here, Miss Warner, Mr. Tony, and Miss Cullings. So I hope everybody is ready for these dynamic people, and they work with Miss Warner's with AMAT. Tony is also a recipient. I'm gonna add Tony to the screen, and then I have Miss Cullings. She's a playwright. Like, she has a bunch of slashes behind her name, and I'm so grateful that you all are here and being part of our program. I cannot thank you enough for being part of today. I know this is definitely both of our first time being on a telethon. And, we used to seeing Jerry's Kids, and this is right around the time Labor Day that the Jerry Lewis telethon comes on, and we watching it, or we watch United Negro College Fund. So once this was dropped in my heart and my spirit to do, I said, listen, let's go. I think I literally quit like 50 times in my brain, in my head, because I was like, how am I gonna do this? I just don't even know, Lord. I don't see how this is going to happen. But because Leslie and Ms. Warner are in the same, they swim in the same waters, and helping people in the community, I could not have it. I couldn't have this show without her. So, and the rest of the team that's on here. So let me thank you all right now for this opportunity, for you all to speak. And Tony, thank you for willing to tell your story about how organ donation has changed your life. So I want to start with Ms. Warner first, so that she can tell us her part and what she does in Georgia.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, well, I'm Aisha Warner Ellen, and I'm an education specialist with LifeLink of Georgia. And LifeLink, we're the OPO, or Organ Procurement Organization for the state of Georgia. So we facilitate the organ donation and transplantation process in Georgia. In addition to LifeLink of Georgia, we also have LifeLink of Florida, which is in Tampa, as well as LifeLink of Puerto Rico. But I cover Georgia, so I'm on the team in Georgia, and I work for the Multicultural Development Education Program, or MDEP. And my primary role is to bring awareness and education to the African American community throughout my service in Georgia, but I have colleagues who divide up the territory and cover the whole state. But my responsibility is Middle Georgia, which consists of, for those who may be familiar with Georgia, Macon, Georgia, Warner Robins, Milledgeville, and all the surrounding area of Middle Georgia. So, but in addition to LifeLink, I'm also the co-chair for the African American Work Group for AMAT. And for those who are familiar with AMAT, we are a professional organization. AMAT stands for the Association for Multicultural Affairs and Transplantation. So we're a professional national nonprofit organization that brings education within the OPO and Donate Life organizations throughout the country. And so we get together on a monthly basis and also annually, usually at a conference, even though this year it'll be virtually, for educational purposes, to be able to go back to our respective designated service areas to bring awareness and education. So that just gives you a brief summary of what I do with LifeLink, as well as with my role with the African American Work Group of AMAT. And I can't mention, AMAT and the MDEP department without also acknowledging that we're coming toward the end of National Minority Donor Awareness Month, which this is the inaugural year. And so National Minority Donor Awareness Month, this is the first year, and it's been designated for an entire month. Prior, it was a week, National Minority Donor Awareness Week. And so we've been busy doing what we do all year, but this month has just been designated toward that observance. So Naishanda, it's just great that you were able to have your telethon as we approach the end of National Minority Donor Awareness Month. The timing was absolutely perfect. And so before, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to share as far as some statistics as it pertains to Georgia, because I know you've had other states represented. So currently, and I pulled this information from UNOS, which is the United Network of Organ Sharing, and as of August 27th, we currently in Georgia have 4,694 patients on the transplant waiting list. And out of that, when you break it down and look at by ethnicity, 1,340 are Caucasian, or 29%. 2,980 are Black or African American, which is 64%. And 220 are Hispanic, which is about 5%, and then the remaining 2% are other ethnicities. But 64% of the transplant waiting list in Georgia are African Americans. However, when it comes to the donor side of it, because of a lot of fears, myths, and misconceptions within our communities, African Americans, we tend to, be fearful and very skeptical when it comes to registering to be organ donors. Hence, why my department in Georgia with LifeLink, the MDEP team, was created to really focus on multicultural communities, the African American and Hispanic communities throughout the state, to bring more education and awareness about organ donation, and then hopefully be able to increase the registered multicultural organ donors within the state of Georgia. And we have been successful throughout the 25-year history of the department. Georgia has historically had, for the last decade or so, had the most African American donors, throughout out of other states compared to other states within the United States. But even with those achievements, we still need more individuals to register to be organ donors. Even though our numbers through education are increasing, it's still not enough to be able to meet the need to service the almost 5,000 people that's within our state that's on the waiting list. So, I don't want to take up too much time, but definitely want to allow Tressa and Tony to share. And just to give you an introduction of them, Tressa is a lifelong ambassador, volunteer, playwright. She's one of our community partners, and usually within the education departments of OPOs or organ procurement organizations, you have a small team that's working to cover a broad area. And so we rely heavily on our community partners. We rely heavily on our volunteers to help us with sharing and educating. So I'm just happy that I have two of those individuals representing Georgia, representing the Atlanta area, Tressa Smith and Tony Larkin. So I'm just going to turn it over. If it's okay with you, Naishanda, I'm going to go ahead and zip it up so I can turn it over so everyone can hear, Tressa, as well as especially in Tony's remarkable testimony.
Tony, are we going to hear the band first?
No, you're next, Tressa.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
All right, Tony, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Naishanda, for having me here. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you for
being here.
1001 Lives, 1001 Saves Lives. I believe it's a great
1000 lives.
organization. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
All right. My journey started in 2013. I was out jogging one day, like normal. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, and I knew something wasn't right. The next day I went to the doctor, and they diagnosed me with congestive heart failure, which is pretty common. About 3 months later, I found myself in the hospital near death. I was told that I had to get a heart right then and there, or I was going to die. We all know hearts don't sit on shelves, so the option of getting a heart right that second, it was not an option. When the doctors told me that, I remember immediately praying, to God. I'm a firm believer. At that time, I was thinking if it was my time, then it's my time. 2 hours later, that doctor came back into the room and told me that they had heard about a procedure they do at Piedmont called an LVAD. Asked me that I want to go. I'm in the emergency room laying on my back, almost ready to die. And of course, my answer was yes. I had never heard of an LVAD before. It stands for left ventricular assist device. It's a pump that's put in your body, attached to your left ventricular to assist your heart to keep you alive long enough. I was in a hospital 2 months waiting on the LVAD because I had to get fluid removed from my body. I finally got the LVAD on January, I believe the 18th, which is Elvis Presley's birthday, which the nurses in the hospital named the Elvis VAD. I went back to work 30 days later with my LVAD. I've always believed in never giving up. For me, going back to work was normal. I went right back to work, like the doctor said. At the time, not thinking about a heart, I was just glad to be alive. I had my heart for about 8 months when the doctor came to me and asked me, did I want a heart transplant? And I remember looking at him and saying, not really, if I don't have to. Knowing at that time, if I did get a heart transplant, someone had to die. So the farthest thing from my mind at that time was, to be honest with you, was getting a heart transplant because one, I knew you had to be on the list a while. Two, the fact that someone else had to die for me to live was not imaginable at the time. And I remember the doctor looking at me and saying, when people get on the donor list to become donors, it's their choice. It's not my choice. They make the choice to give of their organs. So I agreed, signed the paperwork, and was placed on the list. In April of 2015, I got the call. I was only on the list maybe 4 months at a time, which is a miracle. It's a miracle. A lot of people are waiting. A lot of people don't get the chance to get the heart. So for me, it was a miracle, and one that I'll never forget. Got the call at 6 o'clock in the morning. The nurse called. I was at work, and I remember immediately crying. I was breaking down. Got packed, went to the hospital. They did the procedure. I was in a coma 5 days after the operation, so it wasn't as easy as some may think, or some people's operations are easy. But I was in a coma 5 days. They left me open, internal bleeding. A lot of things were happening, but thank God I came through. I was in the hospital maybe 3 months. Had another little accident where I had to go back in for a minor operation on my leg. But then I went back to work 90 days later. My doctors told me not to go back to work for 6 months, but like most men, hard-headed, I was. I would not recommend anyone else doing that, but I was determined to get back to work in 90 days. That was my goal. I went back to work. I was in sales. I was running a branch at the time, electrical. So I felt pretty good with myself. I've been volunteering for LifeLink and other organizations. I'm a member of Mended Hearts. LifeLink, being a volunteer for LifeLink means a lot because you get to share your story with other people, people who are on the fence about being donors, people who are waiting for transplants, and a lot of people have questions. One thing I can let them know that keep the faith. It's not going to be easy. You have to do really what the doctors tell you to do because you have to be strong. The gift of life is not going to be given to anyone because they want to make sure that the person that gets that gift is going to use it right and take care of it. 3 years into my heart recipient, my heart stopped. I went into cardiac arrest. My son had took me to the hospital and they performed CPR on me for 59 minutes. An hour of CPR with no breathing. They told my son if I came to, I would be brain dead. And the key thing, if I came to. I thank God that they did not give up. 59 minutes, 15 times with a defibrillator to keep me alive. They got me stable and transferred me. I was at Piedmont Henry at the time and transferred me to Piedmont Atlanta, where I was in coma for a couple of days and they basically saved my life. I remember awakening and they asked me in the hospital, did I know my name or did I know where I was? And I said, I'm Tony Larkins and I'm at Piedmont Hospital. And they thought that was a miracle because at that time, a person who hadn't had oxygen to their brain and had been gone, literally almost dead, and to be able to speak and be able to talk and walk, it's a miracle. I mean, the gift, first of all, the gift of having a heart transplant is a miracle. The gift of having your heart stop and being able to be brought back to life is a miracle. So I know firsthand the gift that I've been given is not just a gift to take lightly, and it's an unselfish gift. If I had to tell anyone about becoming an organ donor, I would say it's one of the most unselfish things you can do. By signing the list to become a donor does not guarantee you to become a donor, because the ways of becoming a donor are, the chances are not like one thinks. And my donor had to be still alive on support to make that decision. So there are other ways that people give, and that's with your skin and your tissue. In our community, there are unfortunately a lot of myths that we know aren't true, but for some reason we are the least ones to be on that list. And I understand it because our history has not proven very well for us. Society has not done us well with experiments. We always think that we're not going to be the one to get that gift when we're in the hospital. I know firsthand that when I was in a hospital, they worked on me like they commit to. The doctors and nurses saved my life, twice. So for me, organ donation will always be my life. When Aisha asked me to speak, I didn't hesitate. I never hesitate to tell this story because I know God kept me here to be a voice, to be able to tell this story over and over and over, to give people hope, to let them know it's not about me. This gift is definitely not about me. It's one that I will share until the day I'm not here anymore. I have one son, he's 36, and I have 5 grandchildren that I'm so thankful to God that I'm able to see. and that they're able to see their grandfather and father and know that my donor's life was not in vain. I'll do everything to keep it going, to keep that legacy going, and also to help with the community, because I think that's a big thing. My gift was not just for me; it was for other people waiting for this. When I was in the hospital, my heart stopped, my kidneys shut down. I had to go on dialysis. It's not easy. I prayed hard. I prayed very hard. I did 7 stints of dialysis, and the doctor came back in and said, because I was ready to go to a center. You know, he said, you're going to have to get a kidney. And after 7 stints and a lot of prayer, the doctor came back in there and said, your kidneys are working. And I have not had a problem since. I'm very athletic. I go do whatever I want. I eat, not whatever I want. I eat what's healthy. And I try to stay in shape because, once again, this gift is not just for me. It's for the donor's family and for the future of donors that are going to happen. Thank you.
Tony, thank you so much for your story. When I tell you the audience is saying hello, Tony, what's happening? Steve is saying what's happening. Steve Belcher and Carol said, "Wow, Tony, you know that they're just amazed at your story." So I always say people are on the road to transplant, but everyone's destination is different. So I definitely thank you for your story. I am very familiar with the LVAD, and probably one of the scariest times of my life was having to change that LVAD line because you did not want to risk your loved one getting an infection. So when I first started, it took an hour. I was sweating bullets trying to put those gloves on. Man, my heart, I was like, Lord, if something happened to this man, they're gonna blame me. So it was definitely it was stressful, definitely stressful. So again, thank you so much. And before we leave, we would love to hear from the playwright herself.
Okay.
And hear her journey and why did you become an advocate for organ donation? And thank you again for being here.
Okay, am I up next? Okay. My name is Teresa Smith, and I have been working with Donate Life, Lifelink since 2012. I had some difficult times in my life, and the first time I wrote a play about an organ donation, it was about a bone marrow transplant. And I didn't know why in 2000 I wrote that play. But the person in that particular time, being I didn't know anything about organ donations, the person died because we were trying to show how transformation, forgiveness, and accepting Christ would be something else. But in that particular time, like I said, I didn't know anything about transplantations. So my mother passed in 2009, and she and I were very close. And I went through a mental breakdown. And for 4 months, I had some issues going on. And finally, in April of 2010, I had an out-of-body experience. And my mother came to me while I was under, and she told me I had to go back and complete her work. And I didn't know what she meant. So it took until 2012. I woke up in January, and the message that God gave me was to continue my play that I had written in 2000 about organ donations. So at that time, I still didn't know anything about organ donations. So I looked up Lifelink, and I met Bobby Howard, went up to his office and talked to him about what I wanted to do. But at that time, it was too short of a period because I found out that the National Organ Donation Awareness Month was in April. So I didn't have time to try to get a cast together. So I knew that the Minority Organ Donation Awareness Week was in August. So I decided that we would have a symposium in August. So from that point on, I started gathering my cast for the April play. So since 2013, I've been presenting a play every year and having a symposium every August. And with the symposium, I bring in experts or people like Tony who have had transplants. So Tony has been speaking at our events since 13 or 15, somewhere along in there. But with the symposium, I've had people sign up to become organ donors because my main mission is to be an ambassador and bring people into understanding that it's okay to be an organ donor. So they've been signing up, and even during our plays since 2013, and here it is, we're in 2020. We couldn't have a play in April. We couldn't have the symposium in August, but we are still working. And even with the plays that we've been having, we would have experts come in and we'd have vendor tables where the professionals can have people sign up. And I just enjoy what I do. And people have come to me later and said they never thought about being an organ donor until they attended one of my events. And I just love it. And let people know you don't have to sit around and wait and say somebody else can donate, whether it's an organ, tissue, or even if the family member is deceased, donate the heart and bone marrow. So thank you for having me here, Naishanda, and I will make a donation from my organization. And thank you so much, Ashley, for letting me know about this. And keep the faith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also greatly appreciate the Georgia, the Atlanta crew for coming in and blessing us with your wonderful stories, the missions that you are on, the hard work that you do. And I just want you all to keep going, keep the faith. And God bless you. God bless you all so much. So thank you. Thank you. More guests are coming. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And just so that you know, Carol said how powerful, it's very powerful to do what you're doing. Just how wonderful is that? So, thank you so much. And I've already told Ms. Warren that next year I plan to be in Chicago for
Amen.
What's the name of the company?
Amen.
The AMAC,
Yes.
the AMAC conference. Unfortunately, our conference is virtually this year, but it's free, so I'll make sure, Naishanda, that everyone has the link where they can register. It's going to be the week of September 15th. It will be virtual. Next year, God willing, the 2021 AMAC conference is always the third week of September. And so it is scheduled for Chicago. So hopefully all roads will lead to Chicago in 2021 for the AMAC conference. But this year in 2020, it will be virtual and it will be free. So I'll make sure I get that link to you so you can share that information. And we just want to thank you again, just from everyone here in Georgia. Just applaud you, hat off to your organization, Save 1,000 Lives. I think what you're doing is fabulous, and I'm sure in Florida where you are, especially the 4 OPOs that are in Florida definitely appreciate the effort and everything you're doing. As working for an OPO, we cannot do what we do without people like you, without people like Teresa and Tony. You guys make our jobs easy, and it's a blessing to be connected such wonderful people. So thank you, and continue the good work, and definitely have our support here in Georgia.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whenever I come to Atlanta, I'm gonna have to have brunch with you too.
Okay, absolutely.
Hey, I want to go on this brunch tour. Okay.
Okay. All right. We're coming to Georgia from Florida. We're gonna make that connection. Make sure I add Tony in. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all that you do. And Tony, of course, you know, I would love for you to come on Transplant Talk with Naishanda as well as Miss Warren, so that we can hear more of the stories of what's going on. So I will be in touch with you soon, my brother.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
You're gonna have a good one. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, I am waiting for the band. I think we're ready. I think we're ready for a little bit of music. I think that we are. All right, it looks like they're there. Yes, we can hear you. All right, if they are playing original music, I don't own the rights to this music. I just want you all to know. This is their music, so thank you. I'm gonna move out the way. Okay. Oh, yes, and we can do brunch in Pittsburgh. And I hope my mic. Thank you all so much for inspiring us. Okay, play one more. All right. Thank you, Harold and your band. Thank you all so much for entertaining us. It definitely helped me a whole lot. And I'm glad Facebook didn't shut us down because I didn't own rights to the music.
Yeah.
So
Original music.
all original music. So thank you all so much. And he's also my co-worker at First Coast High School. So again, thank you so much and part of being part of this moment. It's something that has never ever happened before. So thank you all so very, very much. Thank you. Yeah, so we want to make sure again. Thank you. All right. I want to make sure that everyone.
Yeah,
Huh?
thank you for the opportunity.
No, thank you. Thank you for showing your talent. Thank you for showing your talent. Thank you so much. And the drummer and the other players that's back there. Thank you all so much. And I see you wearing the Black Panther shirt. It broke my heart to find out that the Black Panther himself had passed away. So thank you for representing and prayers to Chadwick's family for his passing. So thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. We have, I know we're running behind now. we have we have the Butlers coming up next. Yes. And I just want to make sure that I shout out Miss Tanya Thomas for dressing me. This is one of her lovely ensembles. And she found it not robbery to help me and keep me cute and keep me dressed. Y'all know how I do. I love dress. I love dresses. So thank you, Tanya Thomas of Lady Odessa. And I put the information there. It's a telethon, not a TV show, so y'all can't see all of it, but it is pretty, isn't it? And so, of course, I'm going to change again. And we're going to keep this party going. So our next guests are the Butlers. This is Lula and Leonard Butler. I've known them, and they've been part of our family for a very long time. They live Delray, Boca Raton area. So again, we're still in Florida. And Mr. Leonard, Mr. Butler, Minister Butler, has a very awesome story. He's looking all snazzy and dapper right now. and Ms. Lula can come on from around the corner. Let's see if we can get
Around
her
the corner.
And she has her face on, and she looks beautiful.
Thank you.
I definitely asked them in connection with my parents. We all know that my father is a pastor, and he pastored there in Delray Beach, Florida. And so they've known our family for a very, very long time. And so thank you all so much for joining us and really quickly telling us your amazing story.
Yes.
Okay. And you can go ahead, Minister Butler, tell us your unique story, sir.
Okay. Do you hear us?
Yeah.
I hear you just fine.
Okay. Well, it started in July of 2007. Don't know what happened. I turned 59, and all of a sudden, things started to go wrong. In October of 2007, October the 2nd, I was taken to the hospital, and the doctors ran tests and said that they thought they knew what it was. They were not sure. However, I had to sign consent because the treatment could kill me. But I was told if I did nothing, I had 48 hours to live. So what they surmised that I was suffering from Wegener's granulomatosis, which is a blood disorder. There's no cure. They don't know quite where it comes from. So from October the 2nd, 2007 until October the 31st, 2015, I was on dialysis 3 days out of the week, 5 hours a day. So it was quite laborious and trying. And on Halloween of 2015, I received a kidney transplant. Okay.
Talk about other things.
What? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Wow. So October 31st.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wow. Lula?
Yes.
Doing all of this time. How did you handle this stress? Because I know what it feels like to be a caregiver, and we definitely as wives don't like to see our husbands in that way. So how did you handle the stress of that?
I through it other than prayer. It was.
I could barely hear her.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had a lot of things that was coming up.
Thank you.
Things like his heart went up, something. He had clots, blood clots, all kinds of things that happened to him. And there were 3 times that the doctors told me to have my last conversation with him.
He was that sick, and he was in the hospital for maybe 30 to 40 days a lot of times. And so I was still working and trying to be at the hospital. It was very difficult. But I got through it because I prayed, and my children were wonderful about it.
And you all, I guess this was not your first journey with organ donation, because your daughter also was able to for her stepson to be a living donor. I'm sorry, he was
Yes.
he was a donor.
Yes.
So as well. So I think a lot of people think that, you know, it only hits your family once. But not in this scenario. You know,
That's
he was,
right.
and
Like
I would
21 years old, and he, for some reason, he had done that. That he would have, if something happened to him, he would, let them have his organs, and that was a wonderful blessing. And he met my daughter and her husband. They met some of the people who got his organs.
hmm wow, wow, just amazing. And I say it all the time, and my parents have said thank you, Lula and Leonard, for sharing your story. Because my parents are always right there to support me. So I was looking for them too. I was like, where are they? Because I haven't seen them. I hadn't seen them yet, and they always supports and watch the show. So, I'm grateful for you all being able to come in and share your story and let other people know why and how important organ donation is, especially in our community, and why we definitely have to be able to educate and bring awareness and get people registered to be organ donors. And the need is so great.
It is. It really is.
It is so great.
I didn't know that much about it, but once we got into his sickness, then we understood how we could do this. Yes.
Absolutely. I tell people all the time, I would never want anyone else to experience, what my family went through, and other families when losing a loved one. So thank you all so much for sharing your story. And I just want to make sure, did you know your donor, or was
I did not. No, they told me it was a male, and that he was 38 years old.
okay?
And it just
So young.
yeah, and it's the and not in all donations, people can be a live donor, but when there are certain organs, then the person dies. And I just think about this person died, that I might live, kind of like what Jesus did for us.
Right there, I mean, there is the connection,
Yes.
and that was something that we kind of grappled with, at first. Like, you mean somebody has to leave this earth? Because you can't live. Your body needs your heart, in order to live. So for him to need a heart and a kidney, it was like, oh my goodness, how can we say, God save me? And let someone else pass away. And I know it was a huge it was huge. It was heavy on our hearts. And I just want to make sure that people understand 82% of patients in this country are waiting on a kidney.
Yes.
They are, and that is like the number one organ that patients need. That is the number one organ. And
have to wait for 8 years to get one.
Yes, 8 years.
8 years, 29 days.
8 years.
But who's counting?
Right, but you know the math. You know the math. You know it. You remember it because this was part of your life, and then your family watched, your children watched you, you know, your grandkids, you know, look at grandpa. We just want to be with grandpa, you know, like with granddad, and let him be around for us, you know, and give us the knowledge and
Yeah.
wisdom that you have,
To
you
be
know, to
able
give
to
them.
see them grow,
Yeah,
be able to see them marry and have kids and stuff.
yeah,
Sure, it's
yeah,
yeah, and
absolutely.
that's one of the things that needs to happen is that
Hmm.
people do need to understand that they could add to life,
Exactly.
because generally we are born with two kidneys
Right,
and you
right,
can live with one.
right. Share your
Uh,
spare.
yeah, yeah, you know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but I think I had no idea that so many people needed a kidney until I was in dialysis and
Hmm.
realized how many people.
How many people?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
So,
it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So thank you all so much for being part and sharing your story. Now you know it's not over, because I'm definitely gonna have you all on Transplant Talk and add your children, and so that we can dig deeper
Oh
into,
yes, they would love to do that. They would
yeah,
okay.
love
we
to
dig
day.
deeper into the story. So until next time, because I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm going to say
Okay.
until next
All right.
time, we will
See you
have,
later.
yeah, see you later. See you later. God bless you all. Thank you
Right.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Bye-bye. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for watching. Now, I do want you to like and share, and I'm gonna bring Leslie on back. So, she is my co-host. Again, she is a educator coordinator, public educator coordinator, and okay, and she is um, I will work with her as soon as COVID is over. We're going to work together. We have some brunches to go to in Atlanta, and clearly we got to go to Philadelphia, and we went down south so that we can have a good time. Um, and so I am just trying to make sure that everyone knows how very, very important it is to become an organ donor. Right, Leslie?
Absolutely. And, you know, I was looking at that percentage of people that are waiting for kidneys. I don't have the exact number right this second. I might scoot out and go look, see if I can find it. But
Hmm.
there's a the larger percentage of those waiting for kidneys are African Americans.
Right, right. And a lot of people don't realize that. I'm like, I don't know what y'all thinking about, but
And kidney matching, yes, it's blood type, but there's a lot of other things that go into it.
mhm.
And ethnicity can be one of those factors that makes it a better organ.
Right, right. And so how many times can we say blood type matters, weight matters, and height
Size,
matters?
yeah,
Yes, you know,
sign up, sign
yes.
up.
Yeah,
You know,
definitely sign up. I have, again, like what you do if you go to donatelifeflorida.org and and sign up. And when you go there, and I'm going to put the picture up again, just fill out the entire application, and so that we can also be a part of it. At when you get to the end, when you get to the end, you're able to say, how did you hear about us, other, and then click save 1,000 lives. And so we are keeping account on exactly how many people are being registered. My goal is 1,000 people. So
where are you at? Where are we at now?
I'm hoping to be more. I haven't seen the numbers since we started COVID-19,
Okay.
because I have to ask the back office what's going on, and so that we could do that, get that number. I do know I was over 200, and so I know it's more, but the people that registered, and if they registered at the driver's license place, it doesn't allow you to say I heard about it through say 1,000 lives. So we are definitely working on that number.
That's
And
great.
so remember I told you I was going national with this story. I was definitely going national. And so next up would be,
Naishanda, I just wanted to point one thing out. For those of you watching that are not in Florida, you can Google OPO or Organ Procurement Organization in your locality, and there'll be a link there for you to register in your state, or you can register at Donate Life America as well.
Okay, and register me.
The registry.
Right, and I know Coral told me about register me.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's .org.
Yeah.
But you can Google organ donation in your state, and you're gonna find a place to do it. I just don't want people to think, well, what do I do here? I live in Georgia, or I live, in Alabama.
Thank you. Thank you. We definitely want that. Well, speaking of out of state, I was so humbled to be contacted by by our next guest. And he brought some friends with him. He brought some family with him. And I'm so happy for Malcolm and Jackie. And they are in Nebraska. I just want you all to know. So, hello, Nebraska.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you? Listen, his journey started with a heart for Malcolm, right? Heart for Malcolm. You have to hear his story. It is amazing. That beautiful, strong woman sitting next to him, his angel, supporting him through this entire process. I am just glad that they reached out to me on Facebook and said, we have got to be a part of this.
Yeah.
And, Malcolm, I would love for you just to kind of share your story with our audience and Jackie as well. I've seen you touching video. Y'all tried to make me cry. We weren't going to do that. No crying today. It was definitely touching. So if you would please, we're going to move out of the way. Oh, and do you want me to bring your guest on as well?
Yeah, bring him on too. That'd be nice.
All right. So we're going to bring his guest on. And I'm going to move out of the way.
I have my sister.
No, she's not gonna come on camera. I'm not gonna come on camera though. But I'm not gonna come on the camera though. But I'm happy to be here. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm happy to be here to support you, Malcolm. So that's why I'm here. I just want to see and be supportive.
Okay. All right.
You don't have to share me on the screen though. I want to be a black screen.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Susan. Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey everyone. We just excited to be here to share our story. Thank you for inviting us. Is Natasha on?
Yep, she's on.
We're very excited. Our journey started back in 2012. Really 2011 when Malcolm first his aunt was assisting on him to go to the doctor and be
mine just insisted on me going to get checked for a heart problem. I'm like, at that time we had just got back from Maui. I thought we were living our best life actually, and we got back to St. Louis. At that time we lived in St. Louis, and we got back we had a couple restaurants at the time, and I thought we were living our best life. And my aunt swore up and down, Malcolm, you gotta go get checked. You gotta go get checked. And I had stopped ignoring her. I had stopped answering her calls. She had kept calling me so much about going to get checked. And I'm like, and there's nothing wrong with me, Auntie. There's nothing wrong. So what did she do? She jumped in her RV, her and her husband, and they drove from Colorado Springs down to my restaurant, right in the restaurant, right in the middle of St. Louis. And she walked in the door and called me to the front counter. And she had an appointment set up for me to go see a heart specialist.
Dr. Braverman at the Florence Hospital.
Yeah. And that's when I first had to get an aortic root repaired. Right at the bottom of your heart, it's an aortic root there. It was leaking. And they did a little repair on that and they fixed it. And we thought I was fixed. Well, I thought I was fixed. And I got to trying to live my best life, trying to, get back to doing what I was doing at that time, drinking and hanging out and doing this and doing that, And eventually I got to the point where I couldn't even walk to the bathroom. We had a bathroom probably 20 feet from our bedroom.
In our master bedroom.
Master bed, yeah, we had and we tried to go to the bathroom there, and I couldn't get up and go to the bathroom. And I'm sitting there, and I could not get up and go to the bathroom for no kind of way. Through that process there, my wife right here that's next to me, she kept fighting for me, kept wanting to be a part of it, and kind of forced me to get checked again. I went to one hospital. They sent me home on a hospice plan, and from there we ended up getting the LVAD. You know, just to try to make it a quick story. I don't want to take up too much time, but we went from a hospice plan to the hospital the same night.
Wow.
And we went down there to Barnes Hospital in St. Louis.
Which was kind of scary because it's the city. It's a great hospital, but it's in the inner city, and they're known for other things.
They're known for shootings and
killings. They get a lot of
guns. And like I wasn't.
So we weren't used to that because we had our kids with us in the middle of the night. So we were like, I don't know if we should be going in here because when we do go to the doctor and to go to the emergency room, we used to going in and being seen right away. But if you're going to an inner city hospital where this is where multiple people come, you may not be seen right away. Top priority. But we were shocked. They seen him. They checked his blood and they checked his blood pressure, and with the rate he was at, they took him back immediately. And I always say we had to get through the fire to get to the glory. And it was glory because after that, he had to go through
went straight to surgery.
Yeah, they had to go in his neck and drain the fluid off. They put at that time they replaced him with they got a fibrillator. He had a fibrillator, and then he felt better. And they gave him meds, and I think he felt good, and then he was like, "Oh, this is over with." And he got back to the same routine of hanging out and having fun.
I kept having struggles with adjusting my lifestyle to having a heart problem. I had a lot of struggles dealing with that area.
Yeah, that was a major struggle for him.
Yeah, that was a help.
And for most men, it is. For most men, it's a huge struggle. And not to be the strong provider and a healthy person for the family, mentally, it can take a huge effect on you. And I definitely I've seen that in the past, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Just like men don't want to appear weak. The moment you show weakness, they think somebody is coming after you, and you really got to show them how strong you are. So it is a fight mentally. To keep going when you're dealing, with this world in the transplant community. And I do remember seeing your pictures and your video, Malcolm. You're pretty tall. How tall are you?
I'm about 6'2" right now. About 6'2".
Okay, right. And so your journey was a very, very long one, because how long did it take for you to get a heart?
It took 8 years, 8.5 years.
Right, 8 years old. Yeah, I need people to know, that it's a difficult journey.
With me, I went through a depression stage.
Absolutely.
I went through a depression stage. I ran my wife off. Well, I didn't run her off, but what did I do?
In his mind, he thought he was running me off, but he left in his mind, now as we.
I thought I was going to die.
He thought he was going to die. He didn't want. One thing I remember him saying, he didn't want his daughter, our youngest, which is 16, to find him dead on the floor. He was devastated to that because when he had the brain bleed he had, she was the only one there with him, and she called the ambulance. And just so happened, I think it was God, but the strokes that he had. Either we were on the phone with him, we were there with him, and she was there. So he didn't want her to keep experiencing, those things, and one day find him dead. I think he was afraid of that.
Yeah, because that's daddy. He doesn't want to baby to see daddy in such pain. And just to see him go through that, and he's saying, I'm about to meet my demise. Nobody, wants to see that, but look at God, and look what God has done for you.
All the doctors at the hospital, they were telling me the same thing. I mean, they're not coming in there with their confidence you're gonna be okay. They're telling me like, you're not gonna make it, sir. You know what I mean? You're not gonna make it. And when they're telling me that, that's affecting my brain and my mental, and it's actually making my depression go down, down, down.
Right. Yes, that is.
They're telling me this.
It's very true.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's very, very, very true. I mean, what can you do? But I want to give up. So you either want to fight or you want to give up. And God bless you for continuing the fight, because I know you all left St. Louis and that's how you ended up in Nebraska.
That's how I ended up in Nebraska. Once I came out of the depression, it took me about a year to recover. All of 17, I was in the hospital, in and out the hospital, rehab. All of 17. In 18, they put me back on the transplant list. In probably about April of 18, they put me back on the list. Somewhere there, they put me back on the list. And then I contacted Nebraska and found out how I can transfer to get back on the list and get back to doing what I need to do to get back on, to get a heart. And
awesome.
Once I contacted them, they told me to come on down, and I did a quick transfer of my insurance over and made everything work out. And I'm making it smaller than what it was, but it's a lot more time than that. But
yes, we get it. I get it. I definitely get it. And guys, I do thank you for representing Nebraska.
Yeah.
St. Louis by way of Nebraska.
Right.
So that, people just think, hey, it's just in Florida or it's just in Georgia. No, guys, this is all over the country. This is and out of the country, because you've made connections with people in Belgium and
we got one in Australia.
In Australia, yeah. So you've made ultimate connections with these people, and that's good that you had a support, and you all could talk about the experiences, especially as men. If men could talk about it amongst themselves, then that's a good way. That's good therapy. I could say that is good therapy. So I do thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry not to cut you off, but I just want to thank you for having us on, and I applaud you for what you're doing, because even with Malcolm's journey, we had restaurants, and we used to do a donor awareness at the restaurants, where we would have everybody come and we would sign everybody up. We tried to tie the restaurants into his life, because that was our life, and people were connected to us through the food and through just watching our journey. They watched our journey with the food, but then they also watched the journey with Malcolm transitioning with his heart condition. So the community we were really strong in the community, and we would do these donor awareness and making people aware. And it's one of the challenging things was the people in our community. A lot of them, were even before Malcolm, before Malcolm started going through this journey, I had the same myth that a lot of African Americans think that if you become a donor, if something happens, they're not going to try to save your life. They're not going to save your life, and so a lot of us don't become donors of that, but they don't know the whole. Until I got through the journey with Malcolm, a lot of us don't know that it's way more deeper than when you become a donor. You have to be a perfect match, blood type, height, weight. It's so much more involved in that. So I applaud you on what you're doing, and whatever we can do to tell our story, our journey, anything we can do to help. We're here, because this is major, and it's really, really is needed for everyone, but really in the African American community.
It's a must.
It's a must.
Thank you. So when COVID is over, I have to come have brunch with you all in Nebraska too.
Okay.
So I'm just getting my travels together. I'm just getting my travels together so I can meet the people that are.
By that time, we should be down there in you're in Jacksonville, Florida, right?
Yes, sir. I'm in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
Thank
we'll
you.
probably be down there before then. I got a heart now. I can move around now, you know.
You got to move. You can, and
Yeah.
so you all have right. You all have a restaurant, right? Because I like to eat.
Yes.
Okay.
We're about to open up one in
Here in Nebraska now. We're about to open one. Yes.
Oh, okay, because we like to eat, so we coming.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you for sharing your story.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And we will be in touch because, again, I'm not saying goodbye. I'm going to say see you later because you got to be on Transplant Talk with Naishanda as well. So we can get deeper into the story. Thank you so much, y'all. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for reaching out. Y'all have a good one. All righty. And thank you again, Leslie. Let me get you back on here, lady. Hey. You hear all these different stories.
That was a great story. And I really love that he really talked about the real issues, the depression and all of the feelings he went through, like not wanting to, worry about his daughter finding him and all of those real things that
real.
That you go through. And 8 years waiting for a heart, that's a pretty long time for a heart.
It is.
So
and for you, that for me, I definitely, with Jackie having to see that suffering, because we were waiting in Mayo for 6 months, about 6 months trying to get a heart and a kidney. Boy, that was just long. That was, at least I got to leave, but he didn't get an opportunity to leave, and so he had to stay there. I know he wanted to run away, but he was attached to that IV line and everything else. So he definitely could not go.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
Absolutely.
And, if we had more people registered to donate, people wouldn't be waiting and going through those because once they get into the transplant program, there's a whole support system there for them.
Whole support,
social workers and support groups. And so, but yeah, I liked how real and honest he was with all of them.
Absolutely. Now I know, boy, we kind of we're into this. I guess we're having real life moments, but I definitely want to bring in some more comedy and some comic relief for a little while. And my comic is Mr. Nick, the comedian. Nick. Yes. So we are.
Hi, everyone. Can y'all hear me?
Hi. I hear you, and I'm gonna mute myself.
You can hear me? Can you hear me, ma'am? Y'all hear me well?
We can hear you.
That's great. This is my first virtual show, and I am excited. I am live and direct from my man cave, and I just got to tell you, I'm happy to be doing any show right now because it ain't a lot of shows going on around during this season of my life right now. So thank you, Miss Naishanda, for having me, and I'm going to tell some jokes. So I am enjoying life despite everything going on right now. One thing that that everything being shut down and quarantine has showed me is that I have a great marriage. Not only do I love my wife, but I like my wife too. We actually just celebrated 5 years of marriage, and I'm happily married. I was done with the single life. I gotta admit, I was single for like 5 years, and I kept getting in bad relationships because I was lonely. Like, it didn't take a whole lot to make me fall in love at all. Like, one time I almost married this girl based solely on her ability to make potato salad. And see, listen, you don't understand how good that potato salad was. Listen, that potato salad was so good. My roommate, he tasted, he said, "Hey, bro, you better not mess this up for us." My other friends, they weren't happy for me. They weren't happy for me. They talking about, "Hey, man, you need to break up with her. She cheating on you." I'm like, that is not of my concern at all. The Lord put this potato salad in my life, and y'all need to be happy for me. As long as she ain't cooking for them, I can't have my potato salad out there in these streets. I tell you what, though, the relationship did end kind of awkwardly, very awkward, kind of like this show, because I'm used to pausing for laughter, but we're going to push through it. But I do gotta admit, the relationship did end kind of awkwardly because I came in the house and I caught her making the potato salad, and I found out it was a Paula Deen recipe, and I broke up with her. I know what some of y'all are thinking. It was not about anything racial at all. I had the recipe. I ain't need it no more. All right, I'm pausing for laughter. I'm thinking some people are laughing right now. Hopefully somebody's laughing right now. But anyway, man, I'm enjoying life. Life is still good. You got to enjoy life despite everything, you know. It's a real rough political climate right now. I see a lot of people arguing and stuff on social media, and I stay out of politics mainly because I don't know a lot about politics. Like, this is what a political interview with me would sound like. So, Mr. Harvey, which way do you usually go when you vote? Do you go Democrat or Republican? I'm just going to be honest with you, sir. What I usually do, I usually just vote for the black man. I really don't care if he's Dominican or Republican. Now, that sums up what I know about politics. So I stay out of politics, you know, but I do encourage people to get out and vote, though. You know, it's an election year. We're trying to figure out who's going to be our choice to fix this country. It's a lot of crazy stuff going on. You know, as big as a deficit as we have, as much money supposedly as this country owes. I actually saw on the news recently that the government had actually spent $80,000 buying 117 flat screen TVs. That is a true story. Can you believe that's what they're doing with our tax dollars? 117 flat screen TVs. It's crazy, but it did make me realize something, though, people. I have got to go to jail, man. I mean, I thought about it. I mean, they in jail. They living good. You get 3 free meals a day. You can work out when you want to. You can find religion. I mean, you can even get a college degree in jail these days, man. I need to go to jail to get back on my feet. I mean, listen. You gotta love a place you can get college cred and street cred at the same place. You know, first period geometry, second period shank making. You know, you gotta stab them at the right angle, you know. But honestly, I can't believe people in jail, you know, getting TVs and college degrees. You know, I just can't. I wonder, like, what do they major in? It's like, I'm majoring in business management with a focus on cocaine distribution. I'm pausing for laughter. Somebody's laughing somewhere in this country. That's how I feel anyway. Well, yeah, so people in jail getting TVs. I'm trying to figure out what they're going to be getting next. Next thing you know, they're going to be getting Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. And then I am definitely going to have to kill someone. Because who wouldn't want a life sentence on a Posturepedic mattress? This is very awkward without the laughter. Can somebody put a laughing emoji in the comments or something to make me feel better for my self-esteem? I need somebody to say I'm enjoying this. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, so yeah, Posturepedic mattresses, man. I do want one. Me and my wife went bed shopping recently. I didn't know how expensive they were. And I really wanted one, mostly because I got my granddad. My granddad, he has one. He don't like nobody to get in it. He don't like nobody to get in his Posturepedic mattress, so he actually pee in it on purpose. Yes, it's very disgusting, but it is rather effective. And my grandma hates it. But I didn't share this, but I'm originally from Jackson, Tennessee. That's where my grandfather is. Grandfather, I just came back from visiting. He actually isn't doing too well. My grandfather got diagnosed with Alzheimer's about 1.5 years ago. And my granddad, he's a terribly, terribly mean old man. He was mean to all of the grandkids. And like I said, he got diagnosed with Alzheimer's about 1.5 years ago. So to get back at him for how he treated me when I was a kid, I like to send him a birthday card every couple weeks. Yeah. I know somebody's thinking that this is cruel, but he's actually the happiest 147-year-old man in America today. But yeah, man, enjoying life. Been traveling a little bit. had to go home to visit my family. I was careful. We had the social distance and stuff. I was particularly happy about going home because I was going to get to see one of my cousins, man. I got a cousin that just got out of prison. You know, he's been in and out of prison his whole life. I think he got a timeshare or something. I'm not sure why he keeps going back to prison. But so I finally ran into my cousin over my aunt's house. Hello, y'all back in? I see y'all faces. Thank you. Laughter. I saw people smiling. Thank you. That did me that's good for me right now, man. This is very, very awkward, but we're pushing through it for a great cause. Anyway, so I saw my cousin at my aunt's house, and he had an attitude. Like, I was trying to talk to him, and every answer he gave me was a very short one-word answer. So finally, I'm talking to him. I'm like, "Hey, cuz, like, I haven't saw you in years. Like, what's the problem? Do you got something you want to say to me or something? Like, you got an attitude." He said, "Hey, cuz, I'm just gonna tell you like this, cuz. All that time I was in jail, and you ain't never sent me no money." I said, "Well, you was in jail and not summer camp. What you need money in jail for anyway?" "Now, cuz, man, when you in jail, you gotta have money to put on your books, man, so you can get snacks, so you can get Twinkies and stuff like that." "Well, Twinkies are for people who are doing good. You do not deserve a Twinkie, sir. Maybe a moon pie, but definitely not a Twinkie." "Now, cuz, why you playing, man? It get real in there about them snacks, man. We don't play about our snacks in jail, man. I had to choke this dude out one time about a Twinkie." Said, "Well, that is a bit much for a snack cake, brother. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Somebody's gonna die about this ice cream." My cousin, like, I hope he stay out of jail. Honestly, I hope he stay out of jail, but I don't think he is, because he still like to glorify the thug life. He be telling me about prison fights and shootout. Like, he called me, he tried to talk to me like I'm a thug. Like, he called me the other day. He said, "Hey, cuz," hey, he called me. He said, "Hey, cuz, hey, man, you hear about that shooting that happened up here the other day?" "Oh, nah, man, I ain't hear about it, man. What happened?" "Man, dude went by the dude's house and shot up the dude's car while he had the baby in the car." "Man, you know you don't shoot up the car while you got the baby in the car, right?" I don't shoot up people at all. I really don't know the criteria. Is it an online class you take or something? I mean, I apologize. I didn't read the thug manual. You know, and here's the thing: is as much as a gangster as he portrays himself to be, he don't know that I remember from when we was really small children that he's actually severely allergic to peanut butter. And you cannot be a gangster when you're allergic to peanut butter. Like, seriously, like, all this time, people have been shooting at you, not knowing all they needed was a spoonful of Jif to meet your demise. Like, honestly, somebody can put some peanut butter on a bullet and shoot you in the leg, and you'll die the most non-thug death in history. Hey, man, I heard about Mike, man. I heard he got shot, man. He okay, right? No, bro. He died, man. He died from one shot in the leg. Yeah, bro. It was a peanut butter bullet. Peanut butter bullet? Peanut butter bullet? Was it creamy or crunchy? It was crunchy, man. Oh, man, we done lost another one, man. I'm sure gonna miss him, man. Rest in Reese's Pieces. Thank you. I see laughing faces. This is good. This is fun. This is great for my self-esteem. How much more time I got? How much time?
That was great.
Huh? Wrap it up?
Keep it going.
All right.
Keep it going.
I can keep going. Just let me know. I don't want to run over my time. I know it's other people. You know, I've been in the house for 6 months, so I do 3 hours of comedy because I'm backed up.
Oh no, not that.
I'm just joking. I'm not gonna do 3 hours. Not gonna do 3 hours of comedy. But like I said, man, I'm enjoying my life. My wife is she's such an awesome wife. She takes such good care of me. She recently went vegetarian, and you know, I was like, that's cool. You going vegetarian? Okay, you go ahead. I'll be here when you get back. But no, she stuck to being a vegetarian. And one thing I love about my wife is she doesn't try to push her lifestyle on me. She makes suggestions, but she'll still cook meat for me. And you know, I'm trying to eat better, but my biggest problem is I love fast food. Like I love Popeye's chicken in particular. What I'm saying, like if you're living a particular lifestyle, live your lifestyle, but don't force it on people. Because like I was in Popeye's a couple months back, and this group of ladies came in. I guess they were animal rights activists or vegans or something. So this lady actually has the audacity to stand over me while I'm eating my food. And she's like, hey, excuse me, sir. I just have one question for you. How do you feel right now as you eat that flesh? You do know that that was one of God's living and breathing creatures that you're just putting all that hot sauce on? And he had every right to live as you do. Now, immediately I got extremely upset, but thankfully I caught myself because I said, obviously this lady wasn't okay because she wasn't out right in the head because she was a white lady and she was messing with a black man while he was eating fried chicken. So I said, obviously, ma'am, I see that you have very strong and sincere emotions about this chicken's death. So I want to let you know, first of all, I personally didn't kill this chicken. I'm not a violent man. Honestly, I hope he died of natural causes, a heart attack or a stroke or something. But I got to be honest with you. I can't even get emotional like you are when another human being dies and me and that person didn't have some kind of personal relationship. And this chicken right here, I didn't even know this chicken name. I mean, we didn't go to the same church or high school or nothing, you know, but I do feel that he did die for a really great cause. I mean, it could have been some Wendy's chicken nuggets, or he could have been some doped up Church's chicken, but this chicken right here was hand selected to be Popeye's chicken. And I am almost certain that he is looking down on us from chicken heaven with chicken Jesus, his Lord and Savior, and all the saints are gathered around just a clucking and rejoicing. And he even got some new wings. Hallelujah. But I tell you what, when I get finished, I'm going to put these bones in this box, and you're very welcome to come over and say a few words. We'll have a little service over here by the trash can and send them off right. And you ladies, y'all really need to stop coming up in Popeyes judging people, okay? That's the reason that I stopped going to churches. That joke usually takes a minute to hit people. So I am going to get out of here with this. If you're looking for me, you can find me on social media at Nick is Funny. That's on Instagram, Nick is Funny. You can find me on YouTube, Nick is Funny. But I'm not big on social media. Social media has really gotten so out of hand. Like the other day, I was going to pay for gas, and the dude behind the counter, he said, hey, bro, when you get home, make sure you follow us on Instagram. Which brings me to the question, how pathetic in life do you have to be to want to be following the Shell station on Instagram? So I'm following the Shell station on Instagram, and I thought it'd be funny. The other day I went up in the comment section on one of their posts, and I posted, thinking about robbing you, LOL. And now I'm being followed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. So I'm Nick Harvey. That's my time. Thank you for being here with me, getting me through the most awkward comedy show of my life, being sitting in the room by myself. But we made it through this. And thank you, Miss Naishanda, for having me. And I hope I said your name right. Did I say it right? I said it right. Look at that. So yeah, thanks for having me. And keep doing what you're doing. This is a beautiful thing. This is a beautiful thing. Thank you. That's what it's all. I'm all about others. So call me anytime you want me to be involved. You got my information now. And I appreciate you all. And have a great day.
You too. You too. Thank you so much. See, this is why I need to have a comedian because our conversation.
Speak up. Speak up.
I hear echo. That was his. That was his. Thank you, Nick. The conversation is so heavy, Thank you. If the conversation gets so heavy that we just need to laugh. So I thank you all for being with me here all the time. And y'all just hanging on in there. Let me tell y'all something. It doesn't take much to make my daddy laugh. All right. And so if he's chuckling and everybody's saying they really laughing, then I am just really, really excited. Again, everyone that's watching, please like and share. And get other people to come on, and we still want to donate to Save 1000 Lives Cash App, or go to Save 1000 Lives squareup.org, and you're able to donate to the Gabriel House, because that's our mission as well. And if you become an organ donor, please let me know that you've gone to donatelifeflorida.org and you have become an organ donor. Now, yeah, tell Nick I want him to stay right there. I might need some more comedy relief. All right. Now, my next guest is also from Alabama. I just want to say he is a great he's a great speaker. He is he's a veteran. He's a writer, author. He's just everything. Like his just has a slash behind his name, and he has also graced the Transplant Talk with Naishanda. He allowed me to interview him. Then I tell you, this man can motivate you like no other. He really does. I appreciate him. I sent him a message. I say, hey, bro, I need you back, and I need you on the telethon. And of course, he said yes. And so I appreciate that so much. Yes, Jim Weeks, Alabama is in the house, and he is also a transplant recipient. He is a kidney recipient. He now has his own talk show, Finding Your Will to Live, on Facebook as well. So he's a fellow host. And so I'm going to bring him on the show. But first, I got to let y'all know I did a wardrobe change.
No, we can talk about this wardrobe change, but I need to go do that.
Yeah, it's me. No, it's just me. It's who I am. And again, Lady Odessa, Lady Odessa's boutique, but with Tanya Thomas allowed me to change clothes, and paparazzi my own business, afforded me the opportunity to have my own jewelry. So without any further ado, let's bring on Mr. Ray Alexander.
All right.
Oh, hey, brother.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm super fantabulous. So my voice, everything is okay with the volume?
I think so.
Okay.
They said it's good. My engineer said that it's real good. I'm so grateful for him. Let me give a shout out to him right now, because he is doing it behind the scenes. And let me tell his wife, hello, Colleen. And
Colleen, he is doing a good job.
He's doing a great job. Great job. So, Mr. Alexander, please share.
I'm sorry. I just have to do this, Miss Naishanda. So can you hear me good?
I can.
Okay. So you introduced me, and you put a lot of pressure on me. But one thing, I'm originally from Louisiana. I reside in Mississippi, and Alabama and Louisiana. Roll Tide and Tigers, we clash. So if I didn't say anything about that, man, my family and friends will let me have it. So
I disrespected you. I'm sorry.
Nothing against Alabama, Roll Tide, but I am originally from Louisiana. I'm a Tiger.
Go Tigers. I'm sorry I disrespected you. I'm sorry. You represent your city, sir. Represent your city. Thank you. So please share with our audience how organ donation changed your life. And I know you had your story, your testimony alone is very powerful. And so just give someone, a little bit of your story, and then add a little hope to it, because we all need a little hope right now.
Very well. So at the early age of 26, I was diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease. Fresh out the Marine Corps, uh, I'm an athlete, trained fireman in the top health of my life and the top physical shape of my life, so it appeared. So routine physical, uh, found out I was spilling protein. Had to go see a nephrologist. They did a biopsy. Come to find out at 26, I had been operating on less than 10% of my kidneys. And I got to tell you, I only knew to be strong. I was always the strong one growing up. I am a Marine, just pride in being strong. And it devastated me. It absolutely devastated me. So one day, I'm heading in a certain direction, no issues. So it appeared physically, and out of nowhere, it's like I got hit with a Mack truck. And I went through a roller coaster of emotions. I couldn't believe it. Depression. I mean, I was low at my lowest point in life. I was angry. I didn't understand. It's like I was mad at God because I'm a man of faith and I inspired people. I taught the word. And I couldn't understand, why me? That was my question. Why me? I did not understand it. 3 weeks into dialysis. So my ex-wife of almost 5 years walked out. So you're talking about low. Man, I was faced with depression so bad that I actually, I questioned if I wanted to live. I didn't know if I wanted to live, if I wanted to end my life. I didn't know. I wasn't sure if I wanted to carry the weight of what I was carrying any longer, but I stood in there, and just months later, I lost everything in a house fire, all my possessions. So it was just like one thing after another, after another, after another. Maybe some people listening has ever been there. It's just one thing after another. So I was on dialysis for 5 years, and in that 5 years, man, the first 3 years, I was like a nomad, just traveling. I was trying to find myself. I lost my identity. It's like, my life was hit with a Category 5 hurricane, and everything that I loved and I sacrificed for was literally destroyed. It seems, it's like the winds uprooted everything I thought was solid, and the waters literally began to drown me out. I was walking as if I had no hope. So the same faith, I had declared and helped people to know and understand, and taught, I couldn't find it for myself. I knew no words of encouragement or inspiration for myself. I couldn't pray for myself. My only thing was to be able to say, just Lord, help me. So after 5 years of dialysis, uh, about that third year, this was the epitome. This was the thing that totally changed my life and my perception. So my 3-year-old daughter, she hugged me. I was living in a room with my aunt and uncles. It's a small little room, a small house because I had lost my home in a house fire. And it's as if she knew I was dying from the inside out. It's as she knew I had no hope. It's as she knew if she didn't do nothing, like she would lose her daddy. 3 years old. She hugged me. And when she hugged me, I literally broke everything in me. I released. I cried and cried and cried. I can remember just laying there crying on the floor. And I just asked God to help me. I asked God to help me. And when I got up, I made a promise to myself. I made a promise that I was going to live, and I was going to live in prosperity, and that my kids, they needed their dad. They deserved their dad, and it was my mission from that point on to provide for them the best version of me. And I totally changed my perspective. From that day on, my perspective was, I'm not interested in living a long and unproductive life, but I'm more interested in living a productive life, even if it may be short. Even if it is with kidney dialysis, even if it is with kidney disease, that I was going to be productive. And I began to inspire people, and I started a boot camp where I worked out twice a day, before dialysis and after dialysis. In fact, the nurse that was over the dialysis center, I was her patient in the mornings, and she was my client in the evening. And I began to turn people's lives around. I started participating in community football league, and I began to to coach football and change young men's lives and perspective. I became a youth mentor, and I became like the PTO president of two schools at the same time, and I totally changed the atmosphere and the parental involvement in the place where I was living, all while on dialysis. And then that one day, August 3rd, 2014, 12:01, I received a phone call. And when I saw the area code as being from Iowa, City, Iowa, that's where my VA transplant team was. It was in Iowa City. I answered the phone and I said, hello. They said, Mr. Alexander. I said, yes. I said, is this the call? They say, yes, this is the call. They say, we need you to get your support person and we need you to come to the airport and we're going to fly you and your support person by private jet to the VA hospital in Iowa City, Iowa. Now, it was an amazing moment. It was an amazing moment, life altering and life changing. But the most memorable part of that phone call was when I began to look down at the phone and it was 12:01, August 3rd. It was my birthday. I was born August 3rd, 1975, and I broke. That was everything I needed to understand that my life had been stamped, and that was my seal to know that my job was to impact and inspire people all over the world to tell my story. And I've been committed to that. It was kind of sad to know that somebody died that I might live, but I dedicate my mission, my life, to making sure that their life goes on through me and impacting people's lives all over the world. And I've been doing it ever since, been transforming people's lives. And if I had to give any words of encouragement to anybody that may be going through, whether it be chronic kidney disease, whether it be, some type of heart disease or just hard times in life, Still Built was created during the toughest moments of my life, the moments where I believed and I thought that was going to destroy me. Those were the moments that introduced me to my real self. My identity was created during the toughest moments of my life. Now, there's an acronym for Still Built. I'll go over the build. The B is for bulldog mentality. You must believe with everything in you that your life has purpose in spite of what you may be going through. And you got to hold on to it and you got to grab it and you got to shake it, whatever you got to do, but don't let go of that belief. You got to know the U is for unstoppable desire. That your desire and your will to accomplish anything will empower you to literally accomplish that thing. The I is for intense drive. You got to go through it with everything. Be intense, go through it, and know that everything you do from that point on has purpose. People are watching. You're impacting people's lives, even in your weakest moments, that people are trying to understand how is it that you'll continue to live and continue to push and pursue even when they know you're hurting and you're crying and you're going through such pain. And it's in your drive and your passion and your commitment, your intense drive, that people are then being empowered. The L is for long suffering. You got to know that it's gonna be tough, and it may be long. You gotta buckle up. You gotta be able to ride the bull. You gotta make it up in your mind, because see, Still Built is it's a mental thing. You gotta know that life is gonna be tough, but tough people go through hard times, and hard times require tough people. That your life, for whatever reason, your life has been nominated to be one of the tough people, to be one of the ones that's been anointed to carry the weight that you carry. You have to understand that you cannot give up where you are. Do not stall out, because miracles are waiting for you just on the other side of you wanting to give up. Your persistence and your perseverance is going to lead you to a moment of miracles. I'm just here to tell you that sometimes there's facts and there's truth. The facts may be you're dealing with some type of chronic kidney disease or heart issue or lung issue, or whether it be divorce or bankruptcy. Regardless of what it is, those may be the facts. But the truth outweigh the facts. The truth is that God is able, and miracles can happen in a matter of a moment. I received a phone call in a matter of a moment. That one moment sealed the deal on my life. It was the stamp of approval. And from that moment forward, I'm telling you, I've been going hard with everything in me. I believe that when I share my story, just like you have to understand that when you share your story was literally developed by the struggles that you carry. Your struggles birth experiences, okay? Your experience birth stories, and your stories bring inspiration to the world. The Bible in Revelation says it's like this, that the enemy is defeated by the blood of the Lamb and the word of your testimony. So in this case, what is the enemy? Depression is the enemy. You know, the mindset of wanting to give up is the enemy. Losing yourself is the enemy. Low self-esteem is the enemy. So when I give my testimony, I believe that three things will happen. Just like you, I believe that you're being distracted from your current circumstances. I believe that the facts of your circumstances are being disputed by the truth, and the truth is that God is able. And I believe that inspiration is happening. That you're beginning to forget about your right now, and you're beginning to think with your imaginative mind and to think beyond your right now into an area of the possibilities of the things that can be. You know, yes, you may be going through hard times. You know what? But God is able. Yes, it may be tough, but you are anointed and you've been selected to be one of the tough people to carry the weight that you carry. You know, yes, I may have to cry in order to be able to smile in the daytime. Yes, my pillow may be, you know, filled with water as if it's a pond, but guess what? It is possible. Miracles are possible, and I'm living proof. And since that moment, I've been telling my story, and because of me telling my story, I've been able to be co-authors on two major book deals that would include Johnny Wimbrey, one of the best-selling authors. He's a motivational speaker and TV personality as well. Les Brown, Nick Halleck, they're motivational speakers, #1 best-selling authors. I sold almost completely out of my first set of books within 3 weeks. That my story was touching people. Johnny Wimbrey actually called me, and he wanted to use my story in another major book project called Push, Persist Until Success Happens. So within 10 months, I became a 2-time published author, and I became co-workers with some of the most major, powerful people in the world, all because I decided not to give up and to tell my story. And I believe that my life has purpose, and I moved in that. I actually moved in it, and I believe it with everything in me. I believe someone right now is actually listening, and something is happening to their mind, and they're thinking, wow, if that can happen to him, then surely it can happen to me. So when you give, man, it's so powerful. I was given another chance at life. I was given a second chance at life. I'm reminded, if I can share with you before you come forward. So there's a story, a parable in the Bible where Jesus actually feeds 5,000 people. It was 5,000 men, not to include women and boys. So it was more than 5,000. And the Bible says that it was a lad that gave. Now, the odds are very clear to me that in a multitude of over 5,000 people, surely only one kid had more than 3 loaves of bread and 2 fish. But I believe that that child, that lad, was the only one that was willing to give the very little that he had. And when he or she decided to give the very little that he had, it became enough to feed the multitude, and it was a blessing to thousands. Whatever your story is, you must be willing to share it. You know, you must be willing to share, even on this platform. You know, if you're being moved to share a kidney and to give somebody else a second chance at life, it is powerful. You're being set up to make a powerful move to where people all over the world has been impacted. So I have here a bag of seasoning blend, onions, bell pepper, and celery. So within this bag, each piece has its own function to add flavor to whatever you're adding it to as you're cooking. I believe that our lives and our story are here in the world to impact people, to add different flavors. So when you give somebody else a better chance to flavor the world, man, you make the world a better place just by your giving. I was given a second chance to flavor the world. So I owe it to the person that lost their life. I owe it to the people that's hearing to do the very best that I can to share my story, but not just share, but to share with power, to share with authority, because it is major Just like your story, it's major. Your heart to give is major, and it can impact the world. It can impact the world.
You know what, Ray?
What's that? I don't mean to take up all your time. I
I,
just,
I told
you know.
I told you about coming on here showing out. I have told you about coming on here, showing out, being a pastor. You should see all of these, all of the comments. Push, bro. Way to go. Never give up. And they saying they needed to hear that. I told you about coming on here and showing out. I told you. But I greatly appreciate you all. I appreciate you. And again, you can find him on Facebook, and he's the host of Finding Your Will to Survive. And he does just his speeches, his motivational speaking is just top notch. And so if I needed somebody to be on here to let somebody know, I know a few people on here that is just going through it. They're going through a lot. And I've already told Ray, stop coming on my avenue, stop coming on Larimore Avenue, talking about me like somebody done gave him a secret, or told all my secrets, and he's gonna talk about it like we be in church. The pastor talking about you, and they don't even know they talking about you, but he does it for me. So I want to thank you so much, all the way from Mississippi. Let me get that straight, for being a part of this broadcast. And I know if I ever need anything, you always be there. But I'm gonna have to come to Mississippi, and we're gonna have to have brunch too. And I'm gonna bring Leslie. Bring Leslie on, because Leslie already said we're gonna eat. All right, because I like to eat, so we're gonna have to do brunch. Wait, is she muted? Okay, hold on. Let me unmute her. Oh, Leslie, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I said, honestly, I'd rather eat in Mississippi than Alabama.
Okay. So I think we are good. Ray, thank you so much, guys. And again, I ask you to please support him, and you can find his books, and just please support him. He's a good guy. Definitely appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ray. Thank you for waiting.
Keep
Great
doing what you're
speaker.
doing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look at everybody just loves Ray when he comes on. Just love him. So he always leaves my guests wanting more. Always leaves my guests wanting more. So thank you, Ray. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you.
Y'all are a blessing.
All right. Stay for the show now. Enjoy the show. Don't leave me. Wow. Again, just always, a wonderful word that he gives, just from his motivational speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to kind of switch it up just a little bit, and I wanted, I don't know what happened to him. I wanted to bring on Minister Brown. I hope he comes back very quickly. Oh, there he is. Hello, Minister Brown.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm okay.
How you doing? Okay. Are you enjoying it, sir? Are you enjoying?
I just rushed home. I just got off the water fishing in Alexandria, so now I'm trying to be with you. So I apologize for getting on late.
Oh no, actually, you're right on time.
Thanks for
being all right. Yeah, you're right on time.
Thank
you. You're also a recipient as well.
No, I'm still waiting for a transplant.
So you are in need, and that again is why I definitely created Transplant Talk with Naishanda and Save1000Lives, so people can give, that information. But I know I watched you on Steve's show, and
yes.
I heard what you were saying about insurance.
Okay.
And what people need in order to be able to get life insurance, because I personally could not get my late husband insurance.
Sorry to hear.
Right, because of him being a needing, because I'm needing a heart transplant and needing a kidney, you know, it's very difficult to get that
double
to get that
transplants.
covered.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That
And
group
so,
is very hard.
yes, sir. And so, how long have you been waiting?
I've been on a kidney list for 6 years.
Okay. So wow, wow. And so you've been doing dialysis for 6 years now?
6 years, yes.
Now, do you do it at home or do you
Yes, I'm
do
on
it?
home hemo.
Okay. Okay. And do you find that better than going into the centers?
Far better. Well, I was a dialysis technician.
Oh, okay. Okay. And so then you learned the ins and outs of
Correct.
what to do and what not to do.
Correct.
Wow. So how can you just share a little bit of your story and how you came
Sure.
to this
I'm
journey?
not going to take up a lot of your time like Ray did, so I'm going to make it quick.
All right. Okay.
I'm 6'7", 310 pounds. I go to work in a dialysis clinic thinking I'm invincible. I'm teaching nurses how to come into the industry of dialysis, and I'm training them. A patient sneezed in my face. I didn't have my PPE on, and I ended up catching a cold. Without having any medical coverage, the cold turned into pneumonia. In less than 5 months, my kidneys are gone. And now I'm on this side of the tracks trying to fight for my life. I didn't want to be here. My life had to change automatically very quickly. I got laid off because of the disease. Tried to commit suicide 7 times. Went through a bout of depression. Just recently, my access erupted 8 times. So I've got the war stories of being in dialysis, 42 surgeries later. So I know all of those. I became a wellness coach. And on top of that, I became an insurance provider, trying to show dialysis patients how to do dialysis better, easier, stronger, healthier. I'm a certified chef as well.
Come on. I like to eat now.
We can do something in Baltimore. We can do something.
Oh, come on, Baltimore. Leslie, our list is getting longer, lady. Our list is getting longer. Oh, my good. Now, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said you are 6'7".
Yes.
So that really puts you on the list for a very long, because that's not an average height.
Correct.
Wow. So now you're in the insurance game, and I need for people to know, listen, you really need to make sure that you connect to Minister Brian, because if he can help you, he will.
Yes.
I know Carol just said, Brian, your story is amazing, and of course I'm gonna have to have him back so that he can be on Transplant Talk with Naishanda, and we can definitely get him some other clients, because I'm pretty sure if you're out there, if you are a transplant recipient,
2 years at least. 2 years at least is the rule.
Okay, so educate us a little bit about that.
Okay, so the new product that came out in 2020 will cover a dialysis patient or a transplant if you're 2 years in. So if you're entry-level dialysis between 40 and 80, you can't find insurance right now. They haven't broadened the scope of the underwriting. But 40 and 80, and you've been on for at least 2 years, we can get you covered as long as your modalities aren't too bad, meaning you're not so obese, meaning you don't have extremely high blood pressure. We can get you covered. Wow. There are 3 simple questions, and they normally deal with, 1, do you have an expectancy life of 2 years or more? So that's why they won't cover a 2-year transplant under. Wow. But if you've got a transplant and you've done 2 years, you can get up to $5,000 to $30,000. Right now, that's the only thing on the market that will cover a dialysis patient. And why is that so important? We know in this industry, people unfortunately pass away. You don't want to have a GoFund page to your burial expenses. But $30,000 would help your family deal with your burial expenses and leave a little bit of money inside of your insurance policy.
Right.
And it pays out in 14 days. Most companies don't do that.
Wow.
So now it gets a little expensive if you cross over that 70-year mark and you don't have any insurance. It does get a little pricey. But the average funeral is $10,000. Even if you just take that $10,000, that's not bad.
No. But I know it costs some money.
I'm 50 years old now. I have a $20,000 policy. It runs me $90 a month on disability. If I can do that, anybody can.
Wow. Now, and what's that criteria again? Just so that people know.
You need to be 2 years in dialysis or 2 years after transplant.
Okay.
Pass three health questions, which are 2 are cancer related, and the other one says, have you been in the hospital for more than 24 hours, and was it something major?
Okay.
So as long as you can deal with that, we can probably get you covered.
Wow. I don't think you understand right now how you might have just changed somebody's life.
It's very important.
They probably thought that this was inevitable. And thank you. Look, I'm telling you, people are telling you they need more information. So how can they get in contact with you?
Okay. I'm on Facebook under TB7, Tomboy number 7, Wellness Coach. And my email address is T as in Tom, B as in boy, number 7, Wellness Outreach Ministry @gmail.com. Anybody that needs help, I'm willing. I'm writing a cookbook for renal failure now, trying to get that done. We're just trying to help people do this journey better. You know, I went through so much of this depression trying to deal with loved ones casting you aside, throwing you away.
Wow. Can you repeat that contact information again?
Sure. Facebook TB7, Tomboy number 7, Wellness Coach. And the email is T as in Tom, B as in boy, the number 7, Wellness Outreach Ministry, one word, @gmail.com. Anybody and everybody can hit me up, and I'll run a policy if you need it, see where you qualify at, because that's another thing. You don't buy life insurance. You have to qualify for life insurance, but it is doable.
Okay. All right. I'm telling you, you definitely helped somebody. I'm so glad you came from fishing and you came to fish. What did you catch? Did you catch anything?
I caught water today. I caught a lot of water.
Oh boy. Well, Minister Brian, I promise you we're going to get that information out there. I'm definitely going to have you back on Transplant Talk with Naishanda because this is important. I know how tough it was to have someone to tell me, no, you can't get coverage for your spouse. And so thank you guys for tuning in, for listening in and paying attention to Minister Bryant, also who is waiting, to receive a transplant as well at 6'7", 300 plus. So listen, we are praying, guys. We need you all to become organ donors. We really do. And I can tell, with his size, there's always a long wait, because again, my friend Carol and Solomon, they were in Mayo for over 6 months. We were in Mayo for 6 months because Solomon is very tall as well. He's not 6'7", but he's very tall as well. And so this information is very useful and very helpful. And Mr. Brian, we're going to be in touch real soon because we got to have you on Transplant Talk after you finish fishing.
Not a problem. Anytime. And I'll even come down to Jacksonville, Florida, and go fishing.
Well, come on. Well, after COVID over now, because we don't want you.
Sure. I
We
understand.
don't want you to get infected down here. And that's amazing. A sneeze, and that
Sneeze.
changed everything. Wow.
Changed my life. But I'm writing books from it, so it's been one of those God-given blessings. It took a lot of long tunnel roads to go down, but sometimes you got to go through the journey so that somebody else can be blessed.
Absolutely. That's what I believe. Yeah, my brother Solomon was 6'5", and he had to wait he had to wait a long time in order to get that. So again, thank you. Thank you for a moment of your time. Thank you for being part of the first ever Transplant Talk with Naishanda. Nobody has ever done it before. And my brother Steve, I can't wait for him to get on the show, and so that we can all talk, because if it wasn't for him, I would not have found you. And you wouldn't be on this show. That's a hard-working brother out there in Maryland. I can't wait. I'm so glad he's going to be a part of this, and I'm so glad he found you so that you can help other people. And we're going to get that message out there. And we're going to get everybody the help that they need. God bless you, Minister Brian. I appreciate you. And I want you to just have a great day. Stay tuned, because y'all, he's coming back to Transplant Talk. God bless you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Woo-wee. Leslie.
It's amazing, that he's doing all of these fabulous things while he's in a position of waiting. He's not just sitting around doing dialysis and being, even the depression and what he's been through with that, which was just so heartening to hear, disheartening to hear. But to see these amazing things he's doing, and it's amazing. I think everybody on here is amazing.
Absolutely. The community, people think that it's small, but oh boy, it's huge. It's really, really huge. And I am just absolutely grateful that people said yes, because I promise you guys, I quit like 50 times in my head this week. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. But let me tell you about a woman named Gwen. And that's my mama. And Gwen will always tell me, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can do all things through Christ that strengthens you. So every time I had to do something big, I called my mama crying, Mom, I can't do it. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And my dad challenges me, and they're on here watching. And I'm so grateful, and I thank you. And everything just started to fall into place this week. I was tired. I fell asleep last night on the couch. I think I was drooling a little bit because I was so tired. But I'm right here today. I'm so excited. Maybe that was too much information.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama.
But I thank my parents, my family for just supporting me. I have another comedian as well, y'all. They bring in a funny. And then I have my boy, Steve Harvey, host of Urban. Oh, God, don't make me tell this lie on Urban Talk. And Steve has so many shows that I definitely need to have him on here. He has created so many hosts as well. Lisa Baxter. Lisa from New York. She's up there up north. So we're going to have her on as well. And let me tell you guys, in the 8 o'clock hour, I'm actually going to Alabama, but I also have, y'all not ready, I have the doctors from Mayo Hospital. I have at least 3 transplant doctors that will be a part of the show. So if you all have any kind of questions, comments, or concerns, and what you all need to do for that, how to help you, how to prevent you from becoming, congestive heart failure or any of those things, then you all need to stay tuned. I can't believe that this is still happening, Leslie. I can't believe that you are with me still. I can't believe it.
I have to believe you. You've done so much work getting ready for this, girl. You've done a great job, and your guests have been amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see if Miss Karen is ready. So I'm going to bring her, and then in a few minutes, we will hear from the connection up north. Lisa, we hear from Steve. I hope Jared jumps on because he's an advocate as well. Him and his brother does some great things. So, Jared, I hope you're coming on, brother. I really do. I need you to come from off the comments and on into the back room. So, Miss Karen, are you ready to just bless us for a little while? I see she's moving back there. So we're going to give Karen the floor, and then Lisa, Steve, hopefully Jared comes on. And so she's going to bless us with some more comedy. And then, and this Nick still stuck around, so I'm so happy. Come on, God. Won't he do it? All right. Hi, Miss Karen. Should I call you Pastor? We
Okay,
gonna call it a
coming in.
comedian. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. How you doing? Thank you so much for saying yes. And we're gonna let you do your thing for a little bit, because my next guest, I'm so ready for them. Thank you so much. Give us make us laugh for a few minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, I'm Special K, Saner Center, you decide. And I'm your every woman comedian. I'm a wife, grandmother, comedian, even an elder in the church. I've always been comfortable with being an every woman comedian, but this COVID got me questioning some things, because it's taking me back to my freshman 15 years. Not just strictly because of the virus, but it's true to its name, 19. In 1 week, I gained 19 pounds. That's why I had to go blonde. I had to figure out a way to take the emphasis on how fat I was. Lord have mercy. But I thank God that I've only had to endure the weight gain of COVID. And to anyone out there that may have been impacted in some other way, my prayers really do go out to you. But during this season, I've learned some things, some major things about myself. The most major thing I've learned is my breath, it be kicking. OMG. My oral hygiene, I have taken it to a whole new level. I have now become my own dentist. And it's not just because of the smell in the used mask. But when I ended up giving myself strep throat, I knew I had to do something different. I said, goodness gracious, I have the timer set for brushing and flossing. So now these teeth, these little pearly whites, they COVID clean, baby. They are COVID clean. But when everything cleared up, we were able to re-enter society by following the rules of social distancing and being masked up. Realized that I needed to go to the grocery store. But now I did something different. I decided to go to the store outside of my immediate neighborhood. And I went to the white side of town. That might have not been one of my finest moments. So let me tell you what happened. In the store, there was an aisle that I needed to go down. Well, let me tell you this. First off, I didn't even realize that I was the only black person in this store. But there was an aisle that I needed to go down. And because I'm introverted, everybody else was on this same aisle. So I was enjoying the social distancing, and I was trying to, I was being a little patient. I didn't want to wait. So, I decided that I was going to do something to try to help clear the aisle out a little faster. So I started coughing. Bad idea. I noticed next, when I got to the register, not only did I clear the aisle, I cleaned the whole store. Customers, employees, cashiers, everybody. They evacuated. They left. The next thing I saw medical techs with hazmat suits coming towards me with a long Q-tip. Now imagine how crazy I look trying to explain. I was just playing. This wasn't serious. I was playing. Man, that thing had me. Woo. But considering the fact that we are social distancing and that kind of thing, we've been at this since about March. Yeah. Does that mean that no babies should be born between December and all of 2021? Or did these people just break the law? And if the babies are born, if they did break the law and these babies are born, will their names include some aspect of pandemic, COVID, coronavirus, or quarantine? Just imagine in a little while, there might be a little girl running around here named Videmic Ronatina Johnson. Or if it's a boy, his name might be Kobaron, can't breathe Jenkins. Lord, somebody need to help these little illegal babies. It's just sad, just sad. Recently, though, during this pandemic and during this season, my son, he ventured off into another business endeavor, and he's had some success in day trading. He presented me with the opportunity to retire. He wanted to retire me. And, you know, he said he wanted to, and I accepted. I accepted it. I didn't stop him. I accepted the offer. And I entered into an early retirement stage of life. What I didn't know was he was trying to turn me into something I wasn't, a mother. After the third morning of him calling me, asking me, was breakfast ready? On day 4, he found my resignation letter on my pillow, and I went and found some masks, and I went back to Ubering. Ain't nobody got no business cooking every day. Why you got to eat every day? God dog. But all in all, this has been great. Thank you so much to Naishanda. Make sure that you support this telethon in a very generous way, because all we really got is each other. And in this season, what this season has taught me, that each other, this is the only way we're going to get it done, with each other. I had the opportunity in 2010, after being on the list since age 21, to donate bone marrow to a little boy. It blessed my heart to know that my God, Jesus Christ, he saved millions, but I was able to identify with him by saving one. So if we do this together, we can get it done. Naishanda, keep working, keep striving. I love you. Special K, Saint or Sinner, you decide.
Thank you. Let me see. Hopefully. All right. Had to get on my engineer. He's doing such a wonderful job. Thank you all again for watching. And I'm going to just take a pause for a second and be like the pastor in the church. Please, please, please give, donate life. We're giving this again for the Gabriel House. That is a transitional house for patients, for transplant recipients, as well as cancer. It's about $40 a day. So everybody that's watching, if you give about $40, I'll take 5. I'll take whatever you can give. It's about $40 a day. It costs a family about $1,000 or maybe to $1,200 a month, you know, to stay there. And I know some people that actually, you know, paid out of pocket. Insurance doesn't cover it. So that's why I chose Gabriel House here in Jacksonville, Florida. That's part of Mayo, to be a part of this journey. So if you all could please support the Gabriel House, you can do the Cash App, Save 1000, Save 1000 Lives, Save 1000 Lives, Cash App, Save 1000 Lives, or please go to save1000lives.squarespace.org and you all will be able to give there. All right. So I want to again thank everyone for coming, and I just want to make sure that everyone knows how much I love and appreciate you. You all have been rocking with me since 4:05. So thank you all so much. All right, so I have somebody that's live in here right now. I just want you all to, you know, to see him. He's also waiting to receive a kidney. This is my friend Brian. We're getting ready to go to Steve. And so if you could pull Steve up, please, Steve and Lisa. And we're going to have them as well. I'm going to move over. Leslie, you good? Come on up. Come on, Leslie. My brother Steve. Oh, my brother Steve, brother. We doing it right. Lisa. Hi. And I don't know if they can see you. All right, so
switch your camera slightly.
I can see you.
Okay, wait, is this camera?
I got you.
All right, so I'm just switching so I can show my friend Brian Derek Bryant. I'm saying his name all wrong. Hold on, let me see if I can pull us out a little bit. There you go. All right, so This is my friend Derek Bryant. When I first started doing my talks, or I did a news interview, he immediately contacted me and said, "Hey, can I help you in any kind of way?" So if you see my flyers, Derek has been the one instrumental in getting those done for me. I'm so grateful. Again, he is waiting to receive a kidney. You know, if you want to be a living donor. So I'm gonna be an advocate for him. I'm doing the role of Jared, Steve, Lisa. Yeah, man, these some giants. You know, I'm with these giants. So I'm just happy to be a part of these people that's been so instrumental in this. So again, and I don't know what Jared is. Jared, if I do it again, I'll definitely need you and your brother on my show because you all have been great advocates. So again, I just wanted to bring Derek and personally tell him, you know, thank you for helping me. He's been right there. He's been right there. So again, thank you all so very much. And you'll be hearing more about him because he's gonna be on my show. He's so quiet though. He's so quiet.
Awesome. Beautiful. That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. And you know, Minister Brian dropped some knowledge on here, Steve, to help the people.
I heard
and again, if it wasn't for you, you a trailblazer. You know, as many things as you do. I'm so happy that I could see, you know, the prototype guy. You got a real prototype. You got a real team, and I'm just grateful to follow you. And doing what you're doing, and thank you for encouraging me to have, you know, come on, we could do this virtual telethon, and so you were just as excited as I was. So thank you.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something now. Steve is a hard-working man.
Family.
If I could say one thing, my last name is Belcher. I wish it was Steve Harvey.
I knew he was going to catch that. I knew.
I said Steve Harvey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just messed up. You know, I messed up. I messed up where Ray lived too. Listen, check all mistakes.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I wish I had his money.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. All right, Steve, please tell everybody, give people a little background about what you're doing because, well, you know, Steve Harvey is a hardworking man. You just as hard, you're a hard worker as well. So give people a little bit of information about you and what you're doing.
All right. Thanks, Naishanda. Again, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. You're doing a great job with this telethon. As you said, my name is Steve Belcher. I've been in dialysis. Well, I retired from dialysis, but I've been involved in the dialysis industry for about 34 years. I started out as a technician in Austin, Texas in 1985 after being honorably discharged from the United States Army. At that time, I had no medical experience or knowledge. And what happened, I was doing odd jobs until I saw a commercial on television for a trade school for medical assistant. And so from there, I was fortunate enough to find a job before I even finished that medical assistant school, which I didn't finish, but I was fortunate enough to find a job in dialysis. And that's where my journey started. And I mean, I never knew at that point when I started that I would be here advocating for kidney disease. Stayed in Texas for about 6 months, moved back, me and my wife time, came back to Washington, D.C. in 1986, started my career off as a technician. And then in 91, a dialysis patient, and he was a PhD, worked for United Nations. He was a patient at one of my units I worked at. And he encouraged me to go back to school. And that's what I did. And from that point, I went and got my 2-year RN and worked for Fresenius for a year after they paid for my schooling.
Then I moved on and matriculated and get my bachelor's and master's, but staying in dialysis. I could have went into any other field I wanted to. I tried to get out of dialysis, but for some reason, God kept bringing me back to dialysis. It's like I knew dialysis like I knew the back of my hand. When I was working in dialysis, it was nothing really. When I worked on the floor, that was like my like a painter has a studio where they do their work. Well, the dialysis floor was where I did my work and where I felt comfortable and at peace and doing my position. And from that point, I worked all over the United States, different facilities, and so it wasn't nothing new to me. But in 2013, 2014, my life forever changed for as I knew it. And what happened, I was a charge nurse at a 30-chair unit, and I've been to this facility many times before, but this particular day, I just happened to stand in the middle of the treatment floor and just do an assessment of the patients, the 30 patients, because the way the center was set up, the chairs were kind of in the circle. So what I realized is that every chair, every 30 chairs was filled with a Black person, and the only white person in the unit was the other charge nurse. The staff was Black, and that's when the epiphany went off and said, this is crazy. And then I just started, like multiplying that. If 30 chairs first shift, then you got 30 chairs second shift, 30 chairs third shift, that's 90 patients if all those chairs were filled up 3 days a week. And we're not talking about Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. So they had the potential to have 90 patients on those days. So when you total that patient census up, that's 180 patients out of the community on hemodialysis. Where in the world are these patients coming from? I know where they're coming from, but that's what I was thinking to myself at the time. And that's when I made it my mission to start a nonprofit organization dedicated to raising awareness in urban communities across the United States. And that's how we got here today. And what's so unfortunate, why we had to create Urban Kidney Alliance, why we had to create Urban Health Outreach Media, because before COVID, it was a challenge getting into places to do health seminars or health awareness, or to even talk about kidney disease awareness. For myself, I tried to implement a tour where we go to different cities for free and talk about kidney disease and spread the awareness, almost like a concert type concept. And again, I reached out to many faith-based organizations up and down the East Coast without success. And what dawned on me was my partner and I, Tamika Moore, who's also been instrumental. She's been instrumental with Urban Kidney Alliance. And unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight to prior engagements. But she's a technician in Philadelphia that was doing the exact same thing I was doing in Baltimore. And she's the one that came to me and wanted to join forces to make this thing go global. So as a result of that, we started doing the shows on our cell phone to Facebook Live. And Urban Reno Talk with Tamika and Steve was our very first show. And that was about 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago. And then it just kind of blossomed from there. But as a result of that, I thought, well, if I can't get into the churches or any other places to reach a broad-based audience, then I'm going to have to do it online. And then that's where the Urban Health Outreach Media Network came to birth.
I definitely I follow you. I follow your journey. I was on your show. Probably, you know, just an interview that I did. And honestly, ladies and gentlemen, these are both powerhouses. They both have shows. And Lisa, who we have here now, Lisa, I know you up north, but can I say New York? Or
hey, Lisa,
you go ahead and say it, honey. We are live and kicking up in here.
Okay,
Yes.
you know, I'm putting people in the wrong places, so I want to make sure you represent your city, right? Since we've been doing this tour, and so I know you and Steve work together. You've been a host for a while. You've been doing this for a long time, and you also, yeah, you also your husband passed away, so you have a late husband as well. And you continue to be on this journey and continue to educate people. So of course I appreciate Steve for everything he does, because he is on YouTube and Facebook almost every night, maybe except for Friday.
I slowed down, but that's how I met Lisa. Actually, my partner Tamika discovered Lisa. She sent me a video of Lisa from YouTube, and I went on and saw that and saw the other videos Lisa was doing. And at the same time, Lisa was watching our shows and being really proactive and commenting and really just being real proactive on it. And I thought it would just be fitting to bring her on the network to share her knowledge, to try to push it out there more. Because as you know, Lisa's an actress and she does, you know, monologues.
And singing.
Yeah, and that's a good variety, because she makes you laugh in spite of the pain that you may be going through at that moment. So that's why we decided to bring her on and kind of have a little laughter have laughter and education at the same time.
Yes, yeah. I totally agree. And Lisa, you go ahead, because you are also a recipient as well. So share with the people your journey.
My name is Lisa Baxter, as you know, and my father had polycystic kidney disease, and because he had polycystic kidney disease, that's why I have it, and some of my siblings have it. I have 6 siblings on dialysis. I had 2 aunts, an uncle, and a mother-in-law, and this thing has really went through my family. When I say it went through it. I had siblings that have children that has the polycystic kidney disease. I 2 of the out of the 5 children, 2 of them have it. Out of 2 children, 1 of them have it, and this thing has went rapid through the family. So when I saw that it did this, and I saw how dialysis had affected us, and I looked around and saw it was affecting other people, I started visiting dialysis centers. I started going to different places, speaking out and everything, and trying to help in colleges and schools and community centers, senior spots. You name it, I went. If I had to fly, I flew. And I did everything out of my pocket. And I wanted to help in some kind of way. So I started a company called Blessed Kidney Connections that will connect you with whatever problem you was dealing with. So if you on dialysis and you didn't have any money, or you didn't have any food, or you was an immigrant, or you didn't speak English, or you needed childcare, whatever you thought you needed, and you contacted me or called me, I connected you to the thing that you needed. I am a social worker. I've been a social worker for 24 years. So being on dialysis, I was on dialysis for 12, and I have been transplanted for 4. And while all of this stuff was going on, I developed a couple of things. Bone joint disease. My kidneys have bled because of the polycystic kidney disease. Because of all of these things was happening, I wrote 6 books. And I wrote books so that I could help somebody to understand this journey, because I felt dialysis, transplant, all that stuff is under a rock. All the other illnesses out there get love, get support. It's just like booming. And you're like, look, there they go, kind of thing. And I hated that. I didn't like it. And I'm no disrespect to the other things. It's just give us some love too. Give us some support too. Help us out too, kind of thing. So that's why I started doing the show. And because the show went places that I couldn't go to, the books went places that I didn't get a chance to go to. So this way, the awareness would still go on. So whatever it would take to help somebody, to show somebody, to do something with or for somebody. And when I saw what Stephen was doing, I was like, wow, some more people out there, get out of here. I was so glad that he invited me to do this, him and Tamika. I was so happy. We became a family ever since, and it just grew and grew and grew. I thought this was like magnificent. Urban thing with 8 different shows on it about kidney disease, and we all come from a different way, but saying the same thing on the same journey and point. I loved it. I couldn't do nothing but be a part or join, and I was so glad to do it, and I'm still glad to this moment, to this day. And listen, if I can do it, you could do it. On dialysis, off dialysis, with a transplant. I had a deceased donor. I didn't know the people. My husband had got tested behind my back to be a surprise, and he was a perfect match. He developed high blood pressure, and he had a valve in his heart that wasn't connecting, so they decided not to let him give it to me. But he was ready. And I kept saying, somebody got to stay healthy in this family. No. But he says, no, you've been on it long enough. I want you off. This is for you. And he wanted to do it. But I thank God that he wanted to, and he tried, because sometimes your loved ones will be the one to give you the kidney. Sometimes it might come from a stranger. Sometimes it might come from somebody that's deceased, and it might come from somebody alive. But whatever way you get it, this is why we're bringing this awareness to you, because we love you and we care. We want to see you well. We do. We really do.
Absolutely, Lisa. And Steve, I know, is your petition still in play? Because you went
absolutely.
So please share that.
Absolutely. Naishanda, as you know, or have you seen, I've been, before COVID and even during COVID, I traveled to different states on the expo clinics.
Steve, you there?
As a result of that, what I decided to do, or what I wanted to do, was hold the large dialysis corporations accountable for kidney disease awareness in the communities that they have all these facilities located. Fresenius Dialysis Center, or Fresenius Medical Care, and DaVita Dialysis, which both of these companies take up about 80% of the market. And you see these facilities all across the United States in urban communities. They're near liquor stores, fast food places, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, but they're in neighborhoods of disparity where you see about 4 or 5 within maybe a 10-minute radius. In fact, my last trip to California, I went to Inglewood. There's more dialysis clinics in Inglewood than there are McDonald's, and there are 144 dialysis clinics within a 25-mile radius of Inglewood, California. So what this petition calls for, these two large dialysis organizations to raise awareness in these urban communities where they have these facilities, either through billboard, print material like urban magazines, PSAs, and even possibly putting more funding and promotion and awareness and community health facilities. But the point is to get that awareness for kidney disease in these same communities that they set up shop. Because why should someone who don't have any medical knowledge or don't know anything about diabetes, because 1 in 3 people had diabetes and aren't aware of it. 9 out of 10 Blacks have stage 3 kidney disease and don't even know it. So if you're walking down the street in your community, next thing you know, you see a DaVita dialysis. You don't know what a DaVita dialysis is. You just see people going in and coming out. You can't go in and see it. So here it is. You walk in and you're still doing what you're doing, and you still maybe or maybe not could have diabetes or hypertension or even stage 3 kidney disease. And then say 2 years later, you're in the hospital in the emergency room because you're at kidney failure end stage, and you're in the hospital getting treated for kidney failure. And then the case manager comes in your room and asks what area you live in so they can find a facility. And you tell her your address and she say, oh, it's one on this street. And you say, that's right down the street from my house, about a block down. So the point is, you walk past this clinic for 2 years or has been in the community for all this time. You didn't know what it was. You had the disease, plus you was at risk for it. 2 years later, you're a patient in that same clinic that set up shop in that community that could have gave you some type of awareness or prevention on a billboard just to kind of give you some type of informed, to be able to make an informed decision if you want to get that awareness or not. So now you're a patient or a customer in that very same unit that set up shop in your community. So that petition calls for to hold these companies accountable, to push for awareness in these communities. Right now, I'm up to about 3,100 signatures. Once I get to 5,000 signatures, I'm going to hold a press conference at an undisclosed DaVita location in Baltimore, Maryland, in front, well, not exactly in the front, but on the corner, because this particular clinic is on the main corner. So I'm going to hold a press conference on the main corner in front of that facility once I get 5,000 signatures.
Wow. That's a job.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing, Steve. How amazing is that? People really need to know how serious this is, especially kidney awareness, whether it comes from, growing up with, unfortunately growing up with a kidney disease or what have you. It definitely needs to have a discussion and be talked about. I'm so delighted that you all came on and just wanted to share your story. Please make sure that you all follow Steve Belcher, not Harvey, on Facebook, not real life. Y'all make sure that you all follow him. He has a great team: Jared Brown, Jeffrey Brown, Lisa Baxter, Tamika himself, and
Don Edwards,
Bella,
Uncle Jim, Bella,
Uncle Jim,
and Renardo.
Yes.
Dawn, yes.
Awesome. I thank you all.
And can I just share one more thing?
Yeah.
And soon to be, we're gonna have, it's a surprise, we're gonna have one more show added to the lineup starting in September. So that's a surprise. So be on the lookout for that. And one more thing, September, the month of September, starting Sunday, September 6th, we start off our Cooking with the Kidney Chef series for the month of September. Every Sunday, we're going to have a different Reno chef on to share and do a demonstration of a simple meal to prepare. We're going to have Chef Boydley, Chef Javon Chaffee, and Chef Oliver Hale. So be on the lookout this September, every Sunday at 9 p.m. on World Kidney News.
You're not going to overwork me, Steve. You're not going to overwork me. I'll gladly share. Thank you all again so much.
Thank you, Naishanda. Good luck to you. God bless you.
Thank you for doing this. You're doing an awesome, fantabulous job. We just love you. Keep doing what you're doing, sweetie.
Thank you.
I ain't mad at you. Come on, man.
I ain't mad at you either, Lisa. I tell you, that's your saying. All right. Thank y'all. My next guest is ready. I'm so excited. All right. You all have a good one. Man, let me tell you, I told y'all at 8 o'clock we had a special. I'm gonna bring Lisa on here, Leslie on here too. I'm sorry, I need to bring Leslie on, and Leslie, let me tell you, we in the final hour. We're in the final hour.
They were amazing. Their stories were amazing, and I just want to say to Steve, you know, number one, thank you for serving our country, and also, you should be so proud of yourself. All of your hard work, starting out as a tech with all those credentials behind your name, and now doing what you're doing, something that has so been needed for so many years. And and the fact that it just took that one observation to say, I can make a difference, and you are making a difference.
Yeah. Wow. I know. I watch him, you know, and then I was inspired by him. I said, oh, you know what? I might could do that myself. And so here we are.
Amazing too, Naishanda.
Here we are, because I was on the I was talking to Steve. I think we were texting, and I gave him these names, and we were just conversing. I said, okay, Transplant Talk with Naishanda is born. And so we are here now, months later. And again, I just want to give a big shout out to Chris Candid of Poetry, the studio where I am, allowing me to be here, feeding me a little bit in there, because I like to eat. And so thank you all. Thank you so much. And right now I have a really near and dear friend on here, and I am going to hold it together. I promise you I'm not going to cry, but y'all know I'm a water bag. And this is Dr. Patel.
Hi,
this is Dr. Patel, Mayo Hospital. He definitely was a part of our life. You know, he was a part of our journey for those 6 months that we were there. If you've never had a physician that will take care of you like he did. So I want to thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you.
For I told these people ain't no crying on this show. I'm not gonna cry. So I definitely want to thank you for the part that you play, everything that you try to do in order to save, you know, my late husband. You were definitely an advocate for him. And when I sent out the APB of saying, listen, I need some doctors, you know, to be on the show. And I'm hoping our guests will, you know, maybe have some questions for you. And I really would like for you to encourage our viewers on why it's so important to become organ donors, or why it's so important to be healthy and not have to need a heart transplant and you've done some wonderful research just to kind of explain why there's such a disparity between African American communities within the African American community. Can you just share that a little bit, please?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Naishanda, for doing such an awesome job. Your mission holds near to my heart and to a lot of people at the Mayo Clinic, and we are so proud of you because what you've done is taken a very difficult time in all of our lives, yours and mine, and turned it into opportunities for others. And it takes a strong soul and a strong heart and a visionary to do something like you've done, and we're all very proud of you. And you know, it's easy to take care of patients when they are that ill, mainly because we stay there day and night, and we develop a bond. And Leonard was such a, you know, he was one of my favorites. I've told you that 1,000 times. Infectious laugh, infectious smile, and you know, every single person that we transplant or try to transplant has a story behind them that is special and makes them special. And most of the people who end up needing a transplant ended up having heart failure or heart disease, not by choice and not by their quality of life or what have you. They just get it. And the thing is that they were dealt a difficult hand, and we have to do our best to give them what they deserve, which is life. And so that is what the best part of transplantation is that we can take people who have months, days, or years, maybe a couple of years to live, and give them back their life so they can actually spend time with their families, do good for the community. And that was what Leonard's cause was. As you all know, he was a great public speaker. He brought people of different backgrounds together and empowered them. And you know, when we were trying to get him transplanted, that was our goal, is to get him back onto that track. And now what we will do is do that for everybody else. So the research we did looking at organ donation is quite key, because right now there's a big supply and demand mismatch in the United States, not only for hearts, but for other organs. And right now there are more people who need organs than organs available. And that's not the case in many other countries.
Wow.
And so what we need to do is make sure that people understand the power of organ donation and what it means and how it can actually help people. And that one organ donor one donor can actually save multiple lives. And, you know, I think what we showed in our research, and this was about 8 years ago, is that there's a misconception out there as to what it means to be an organ donor. So there are several misconceptions, and it ends up being societal and cultural. And so we were definitely able to demonstrate that, particularly within the African American community, within the Hispanic community as well, that there needed to be more education as to what organ donation meant, and make sure that people understood that, number one, when this occurs, there's no cost that's incurred to the family, that while there may be a delay in terms of the timing of their passing, that that there is a whole amount of respect given to the donor families and from all these other people who are recipients. And as Naishanda's kind of demonstrated today, some of the relationships are actually not only bonded by the organ, but bonded by the heart, right? So we've seen people who've actually become family friends and very close to their donor family. So we've seen recipients become very close to their donor family, and actually Naishanda's charity that she has chosen here, the Gabriel House, was driven by that, right? So I don't know if many of you guys know this, but you know, Mr. Bacardi had a lung transplant, and he didn't know for the first year after you get a transplant. We usually try to separate the donor and the recipient family so we don't have them actually discuss things. And we actually had Mr. Bacardi actually named his lungs after somebody named Gabriel, the patron saint, his patron saint. And for 1 year, he called him the lungs, Gabriel. And then when he got to meet the family, etc., he actually was able to help create this house for people who need transplants, who are from far away. They can come in and stay over there, and they called it the Gabriel House. So a nice example where there's a lot of respect for the donor and the donor family. And so, yes, we have an opportunity to educate the community. And Naishanda, you're doing a fantastic job educating the community. I'm proud of you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Listen, I have another one of the favorite doctors, Dr. Leone, also of Mayo Hospital. Viewers, if you all have any questions that or if you need a good physician, you can find no other than these two gentlemen here, Dr. Leone and Dr. Patel. And Dr. Leone, it's so good to see you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Are you at Mayo right now?
Actually, yeah, this is my office where I put all my, where I should have a bed here.
Yeah.
And it has been a very busy weekend. I took call on the Friday yesterday. We do Friday to Friday, and I had 2 hours of sleep last night. So I'm running on Dunkin' Donuts coffee. But we do it with passion, and somehow we just keep going like the Energizer Bunny.
Right. And you have a new baby as well. So yeah, you're so busy.
I have 2 babies. One is 2.5 years old, and the other one is 2 months old, named Lorenzo. Although he has gained a lot of weight, so I'm planning to change his name to Al Capone.
Amazing. And I'm thankful for Dr. Patel for asking you all. And I know you all are doctors and you could be on call, so everyone couldn't necessarily, make it, but for you to jump on the call so people can see again the kind of care that we were given at Mayo Hospital. I know these two gentlemen definitely with I definitely love you too with all my heart, just for the care and concern that you have for my late husband. And I always tell people, I don't think Leonard's heart could have ever been replaced, because he just had a big heart, literally and figuratively. And just the way you all worked to just effortlessly to take care of him, I definitely wanted to publicly thank you. I think it took me about a year to get back to Mayo after he passed away, but everything that you all do, I definitely appreciate it. And I hope our viewers, see, because we have those myths, Dr. Patel and Dr. Leone, about if they go into, because I want to talk about that, if they go into the emergency room, that you all won't save them. And I had to tell people every time that we went into the emergency room, even with Leonard, no one ever asked to see his driver's license. Hey, are you an organ donor? That never happened. And as many times as I try to educate people about, look, doctors are in the business of saving lives, not taking lives. And I just know that from personal experience, doctors, how can we get rid of these myths?
I think you bring up a good point. I think one of the things that's important to highlight is we're really not taking lives, and the idea here is that we are taking a sad story and turning it into a blessing for others. And it's really important that the inevitable would have happened when anybody becomes a donor. The inevitable is that they have passed away for whatever reason because God said so, and so forth. And then we have the option at that point as people to say, okay, we will donate organs and actually open up opportunities for other people or not. And that's how it is in the United States. And what we have to do, I think what you're doing is what needs to be done. You need to show the stories of the people who've been affected by this, the people who've not only have received the organs, but also the people who have not. And I think when you turn it into a human story where there's true understanding as to how a simple, and it sounds simple, it's a very difficult decision, but how a difficult decision of taking a family member of yours who's passed away and say, hey, we're going to open this up for opportunity for other people. I think showing the human element of it and having people on your show that you've done who've actually gotten a kidney or a heart and seen what they've done with their lives, that's what makes it fun. I mean, Dr. Leone and I, what we both love so much, I think, number one is the opportunity to take people who didn't have a long time to live and turn it into opportunity for them. But then the other part that's fun in our job is seeing people 2 years later or 5 years later or 10 years later after their transplant and saying, and, we see them in clinic, but it's more of a social visit. I'm not sitting there trying to look at what's going on with their heart because their heart's usually fine that long out. It's, oh, what did you do with your grandkids? Or where did you travel? Or what did you do? And I'll let Dr. Leone also add in there. But, I have 1 million family members right now because of all the people that we've had an opportunity to help and not help, and also their family, etc. And it's just nice to see them all do so well. And see where life's taken them. Juan, do you want to add anything to that?
Definitely, I think that there's maybe a conception on the street that people feel that we're taking lives away, but what we're doing is recycling life. This is a life that ended, and usually it's on a sudden way. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we make the last request of that person come true, which is I want to give my organs. And there's so many lives that can be saved by one person. There's heart, there's 2 kidneys, there's 2 lungs, there's pancreas. So there's many changes that we can achieve on other people's lives that have been dealing with chronic diseases. And that's why we, from a tragedy, we create hope. We help people go from losing hope to gaining hope, to gaining a new vision of life that includes, being able to achieve dreams that they have, being able to meet other people, see their children and grandchildren grow, see their loved ones get married. So these are things that these chronic diseases can really halt. And donation, it's recycling life. Is what a tragedy happens that becomes hope for some other family. And and Parag was saying, we become very close to these patients because we see them so often, every week, every month. When they spend time in the hospital waiting for their transplant, it could be a few days, but some of them have spent months, so we become very close to them. And when things go well and patients get their transplant and they move on, we feel blessed and we're happy for them. But on a personal level, even though we have a doctor-patient relationship, it's a big hit emotionally when they don't do well, when they turn on a downward spiral and we cannot really help them. And we carry those emotional burdens home, and it really affects us. So even though we try to maintain it as objective as possible, it's very hard when you have such a deep relationship with them, with their families, with their friends, and it's hard to at times to find that balance. But we just trying to do what's best for the patients and really make sure that they can achieve new goals and new dreams and new hopes.
Absolutely, guys. I don't know how many patients, or I don't know how many patient families will have access to doctors like I have, to them, because I can literally send Dr. Patel an email or a text message and he responds back. When we were going through the ordeal, you could literally see the yes, and that's exactly where I was going. Like when we were going through the ordeal, Dr. Patel, his emotions and everything, and that's just what really stuck with me, to see how hurt he was that this was happening, you know, to my late husband. And it was just so, all he could say was that he was sorry. You know, I don't know a lot of doctors that would have that much love and heart. In that time, you know, that if he could have saved him, he would have. And I know that, and I know a lot of people wanted me to be upset and mad about, you know, me losing, you know, my late husband. But a lot of people didn't know, he and I already had this discussion, and we told each other it's a win-win situation. If I pass away, I get to be with the Lord. If I live, then I get to be with you. So it was a win-win situation. We knew it was not 100%, again, based off his height being 6'1" and his weight being over 300 pounds. And again, Solomon, who's 6'5", again, Mr. Brian, who's 6'7". Look at those, look at the frames of those guys. And do you know there are not a lot of organ donors that size? You know, it would need to be like a whole football team, Jaguar team needs to be organ donors in order for something like that to happen. So I really need people to get a better understanding of what is needed. You know, whatever is God's plan is God's plan. Okay. And so it was for me to do this because of what I went through. You know, God took my mess and made it a message. And that's why I'm here. You know, I'm here today. And I'm so glad that you all took a moment out of your life and you just came and blessed us today. Thank you so much. I said I wasn't gonna cry. I'm not. Okay. But I do thank you. And God, I still ask everyone to give. You can see Donate Life, not Donate Life. You can see Donate to Cash App Save1000Lives. Again, if you would, it costs about $40 a day. And the people that get transplants are able to go there, you know, if they have room available to, you know, get the rest and the patient care that they need to be between Mayo and the Gabriel House. So thank you all so much. If you all would just please give, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much, doctors. I see more guests coming on, and I just get happy. We almost done, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost done. Again, thank you, Dr. Patel and Dr. Leone for being on here and supporting me. I really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Again, we are so proud of you collectively. What you've done is just amazing. And what you continue to do and the potential with this is amazing. We're happy to help out in any way we can. And again, we're very, very proud of you for spreading the word.
Thank you. I just have to do my part. I have to do what God said to do. And it was to get this message out. And we need your face to do it. So I said, well, you gave the face, or you gave it to my mama, and I look like my mama. So we're going to use this face and just keep doing what we're doing. So I so appreciate you. Thank you so much. Huh? Oh, let's come on in. And I don't know if you all have met Leslie yet, but she is the new person for LifeQuest.
LifeQuest
right?
Organ Recovery. Yeah, I'm the new public education coordinator here in Jacksonville. And thank you guys. So nice to meet you all. But I just wanted to let everybody know on something that Dr. Leone mentioned about, you know, registering and giving hope to the recipients. As somebody who's spent many years going into the hospital and talking to the donor families, and I mentioned this earlier in the telethon, that we're 100% for the organ donor families, but we are 150% for the recipients, because we know if we don't go in and do our job to peel off those layers of why this family is saying no and help them find meaning in saving lives, that somebody is going to die tomorrow. It's called dual advocacy, but it's been a very important part of my world for the last 15 years. And one of the things that I have always told my donor families when, unfortunately, something happens and the patient cardiac arrests on the ventilator and we can't move forward with organ recovery and transplant, is I want them to walk out of that hospital that day knowing that it is the spirit of offering the gift that gives hope to the recipients. And I don't ever want them to forget that. And most OPOs in the country will still continue to support that family in our aftercare program. We will honor them as a donor family. We will honor their loved one as a donor. Some programs actually even call it donor in spirit, because it was offering that spirit even though we could not make it happen. So thank you guys so much for being here, and I look forward to meeting you one day.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation.
Thank you very much, and thanks for what you do. Like I say, you are truly in the front lines and our soldier of hope, to be honest. And you know, we've been very fortunate with regards to our relationship with LifeQuest, and you know, it really takes a truly dedicated and thoughtful person to really work with a family to kind of help them understand the importance of organ donation, especially when they lose a loved one. And so it's a challenge, you know, shown to be a challenge for a lot of people. And again, thank you very much.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people will say, oh, that's got to be awful work, or how do you do that? But the thing is, I even had somebody say, stop talking about your work. And I'm like, why? I mean, that's what I do every day. And they said, because it's all about death. And I said, oh, but that's where you're wrong. It's all about life.
Yeah.
Right. Life quest. Right. Well, thank you all. Thank you all so much. I have more guests getting ready. We're entering in this final half hour. And again, thank you guys so much for being a part of the first ever Transplant Talk virtual telethon. And again, I'll be reaching out soon because we need donations. So thank you all so much. Thank you. And take care of those beautiful babies, Dr. Patel and Dr. Leone. Thank you all so much. All righty. Y'all have a good day. Good evening. Get some rest, Dr. Leone.
I'm gonna get a consent right now for a transplant that hopefully will happen tomorrow. So another sign of hope for another patient.
Well, tell them about the shows. Tell them about Transplant Talk. He got a spot on the show when he gets better. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, take care, guys.
Take care. Oh boy, Lisa, we almost done. We almost done. Almost. And I'm still have my connection in California.
I don't know if I want it to be done, Naishanda.
You don't want it to be done?
This has been so much fun. It's been wonderful.
Well, we're gonna have to end eventually. But and again, if people don't know, this is National Awareness Month for National Donor Awareness African Americans in this community. So this is the month, and we're ending it off with the telethon. So next year, I hope to do the same thing and be even bigger and better. All right. So very quickly, I'm going to Alabama for real. Okay. Sorry, Ray. Sorry, Mississippi boy, but we are going to Alabama for real. And I have my guest, and one is a advocate, one is a living donor, and one is the recipient of that living donor. So I now welcome to Transplant Talk with Naishanda virtual telethon, Verna. And now y'all let me know. Miss Verna be trying to make me cry. Now we're not gonna do that today. I held strong, Miss Verna. Okay, so let's keep it like we did last time.
Okay.
I also have Jamie. Yes, ma'am. Jamie Birchfield, who is Verna's living donor. And then we have their advocate, Jeffrey Hartley. All right. So I want you to see this combination here on the screen. One thing about kidney disease or heart disease or any of these diseases is it don't care about color. It don't care about race. It doesn't care about any of that. It does not care. And that should never, ever be an issue. When you see Miss Verna and you see Jamie, that was a match made in heaven. If you haven't watched Transplant Talk with Naishanda with Verna and Jamie, I'm so delighted Jeffrey is on here because he was the advocate. Like everyone needs an angel like Jeff or like Jared or like Steve and like Lisa. Like somebody always need you in their corner. So Alabama, I'm saying y'all right. Y'all are in Alabama, right? Because I messed up so many times today. I just want to make sure
Alabama
that
the beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Hey, Naishanda. It's so good to be here. I wanted to mention that we were a team, and there were other parts of that team. In particular, two brothers that are well known in the kidney transplant community, the Brown brothers.
Right.
So I always love to give them a shout out and props. Jared actually put me in touch with Jeff Brown, who was my mentor, who got me started, and he worked side by side with me and Miss Verna on everything we did. And so he's not able to be here, of course, because he's overseas a different time zone, but I always want to give him a shout out and so grateful and thankful for the work he does. So
absolutely. And Jared did my intro. I'm really delighted. But I want everyone to know, or let everyone know, how this trio came about. And I know it's because of that beautiful lady, Miss Verna, the fighter that she is. And I laugh at the story all the time of how she was just so impatient because you all were trying to surprise her. and she just wanted it. She wanted it now. She wanted to know now, what is everybody doing? So just give us, Miss Verna, just give us a little bit about your story.
Oh wow. My story, if I can try to start like kind of like at the where it started when I knew I had the kidney failure. It started in 2000 and end of 2018. I had it's when I started my dialysis, but I was diagnosed in 2007 at the end of 2017 with I went into the hospital and everything. They told me that I had kidney kidney problems, which I wasn't aware of at the time. So they kept me in the hospital and gave me fluids and stuff. Like they got the numbers up a little, but when I got home, they sent me to see a specialist, nephrologist. And at that time, when I did my lab work at the nephrologist's office, they told me that my kidneys were at a 19%. And anyone who doesn't understand, that's like hitting end of stage 4. And when you get to that stage, it progresses very fast, faster than I thought it, that I knew of. So I tell my story. I was still in denial at that time, thinking that, I'm going to be okay. This is not happening. This is not happening to me, not me. So then I went back to the doctor. It had dropped to a 17. We went from a 17 quickly to a 10.
Ooh.
It was fast. Within like 4 months, I was there.
Wow.
And stage 10, they told me that was stage 5, end stage renal disease. It actually starts at a 15 though, but I was at a 10, and they told me to consider going ahead and do the fistula surgery for the access for dialysis, the port for that dialysis.
Okay.
I prayed about it because I did really, like I said, I did really want to do it. I had already experienced that journey, with my sister, and I didn't think, this is happening again. So I had to pray about it, and God let me say, okay, you want to live. It was one but two choices, guys: live or don't live.
Live or don't live.
So
That's it.
Gotta live. Got
And
work
so,
to do.
and so God sent an angel your way.
Yes.
Sent a few angels your way, and one of
Several.
them is Jeff. And Jeff, you do now. I'm telling you right now, in Jacksonville, Florida, I have never seen a billboard to advocate for someone that needs a kidney. I've never seen it. It's genius. I never seen that happen. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I tell you what, that was just that was an inspiration from God. Verna and I were very close during her campaign as far as talking on the phone and just encouraging one another. And I told her one day I was praying and I felt God had laid the billboard idea on my heart. But the problem was we didn't know anything about billboards. So I guess my project this afternoon is to pick up the phone and call. So I called one company and left a voicemail, and then I called another company, and there was this man that answered the phone and politely listened to everything I had to say. And he said, well, let me tell you what we can do. And it turns out he was the vice president of the company. I didn't know it. It was like God was ordering my steps. And then, you know, and I wrote a blog on this not long ago. You know, more people could do the billboard thing if they just pick up the phone and call. And I won't take this time to go into a discussion about that, but I just want to encourage all the warriors that are out there that there are ways, whether it's billboards or car signs, there's different companies and people out there that if you share your story, if you get the word out, God will move on their heart. We believe from day one, if we carried the message, that God would do the rest. And he was faithful. He's faithful. We want to give him all the praise and the glory for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And now these two beautiful ladies here, Jamie and Verna, you all share something very, very special. And Jamie said the most amazing thing. She said, boy, if I could grow another one, I'll do it again. And you say, and she's even like, okay, enough with the thank yous, you know. I get it, you know, I did it and I would again, and I thought that was the most selfless thing anybody has ever said. And she knew that she had to, so she had to share her spare. And Jamie, let the audience understand how you how did you come up with the, you know, the conclusion of saying, hey, this is something that I want to do.
It was one of the easiest decisions I ever made. And I think it was God he placed that desire and said, Jamie, I need you to do this. So I felt like I had to be obedient. But I mean, it really was the easiest decision. That one of the easiest decisions I've ever had to make. It wasn't, and the whole process was pretty easy. And when I say, thank you, I'm thankful for Verna. I'm thankful for the opportunity to be able to do this for her. And like I said, when we in our interview last time, God always knew that kidney that he gave me on the left side of my body, he always knew that was Verna's kidney. It just lived in my body. I carried it around for a long time until she needed it, until my body was ready to give it up. So that it wasn't my kidney because he always knew that it was hers.
Amen.
I don't know if you can hear me. Hold on. Jamie, again, your spirit and love that you have to give that kidney to Miss Verna. You know, we don't have a lot of selfless people, and that's why we still have over 100,000, you know, people in this country needing a transplant or just waiting for the gift of life. And I just want you all to kind of tell the story. And I know I don't have the video, but if you were to see, or just, can you set that up for us, how you were making the plans and Miss Verna was trying to rush the plans of meeting Jamie? Can you share with us how that came about? Can you hear me, Jeff?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
All right. So Jamie and I, we came across each other because we had done a post in the church community page. And here in Alabama, the church that we attend is a large church. It has multiple campuses, close to, I believe the last count was throughout the state, getting close to over 30,000 people. So it's a large community page. So we were able to post to there, and Jamie saw she saw the post, and it moved her and touched her heart. And I don't think the very first time she saw it that she acted right then, but then she saw it again and she felt led to do it. So we were in touch through that. I knew toward the end that they were a match, but we were really wanting to have this surprise moment for Verna. And the very beginning of October, we were able to set up a surprise dinner. Now, the beautiful thing is, and I'd love you guys to see the footage. And it's available on Facebook at Verna Needs a Kidney. It's I looked today, I believe it was over close to 28,000 views at one point. But basically, we had a dinner and invited Verna and her family to be a part. It was a celebration dinner. We invited the people from the billboard company. We invited other people, but Verna had no idea that her actual donor was in the group. She thought that Jamie worked for the billboard company. So Verna, we gave a little speech, and Verna came up front and she was thanking everybody. And I said, well, Verna, one thing for sure, we want to take time and thank your donor. Well, Verna closed her eyes and she just started thanking her donor, and you could tell it was just overflowing from her heart. But what she did not realize that I had to wait for Jamie to come in, and she was standing literally a foot away from her donor. And I said, Verna, I want to introduce you to your donor. The rest of it, I would ask the viewers to go to the website and just watch. That video went viral for a reason, because it is so heartfelt, and it was such a beautiful moment.
It is. I told Miss Verna, just based off that video, I was not crying when she came on my show. So I did, I let her know, because when you see just the intimate moment of them two hugging each other and speaking with each other, I said, wow, it was so touching. It was so touching. I said, now this woman is not about to have me cry. And I'm just so grateful that you all took the time. And Jeff, I know you're very busy, and Miss Verna, Jamie, I know you all had things to do in your own personal lives, but you found it not robbery to come on here and be a part of the first ever virtual telethon. Make sure that we get the information out about how well or how organ donation is needed in all of our communities, and especially in the multicultural community. So Jamie, again, I thank you for being that living donor. And this is just a perfect picture of how, when people are going through illnesses and diseases, that it doesn't discriminate whatsoever. And if we as humans and as people can just get past the exterior and look at a person's heart, this would be such a better place for all of us to be. So again, thank you all so much. Jeff, thank you so much. I know you just got off work and you still got on for me. And Jamie, did you do any running lately?
I did a race this morning and I beat my PR.
Oh, wow. So that's your personal record. And guys, if you all know, Jamie has lost over 160 pounds. Like, amazing. She still was able to give her kidney and lose the weight. And now she's running races and marathons. Like, God is good. God is so good. So, thank God. So if you all still haven't registered to become an organ donor, I urge you to, please become an organ donor, or think about becoming a living donor. Share your spare, and help the people that are in need, because they've been on dialysis, for years. Some people for a very, very long time, like Minister Brian, he's 6'7", 300 plus pounds, and he's still waiting over 8 years to have a life-saving transplant. So again, thank you for coming to the final line. 15 more minutes left. I gotta go cross the coast to California. So again, thank you all so much for being a part of this show. I greatly appreciate it. I love you as a person, as a people. Thank you all so very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Naishanda.
Thank you for having us.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Welcome. See you
All
next
right.
time. Bye-bye.
Next time,
Bye-bye.
Miss Vern. Next time. All right. Oh my good Leslie. Where's Leslie? Leslie, come on back on, Leslie. All right. Leslie, this is why I love doing what I do. Just amazing stories that people have.
He was like, I want to go to YouTube now and see the video.
Jesus. But I have one more gift. And I'm going back to Cali. And in his own right, he is a dynamic warrior. He's not only a kidney warrior, but he's a lupus warrior. And he shared his story on my show earlier. Just recently, he shared his story on my show. And it's very rare that men is diagnosed with lupus. And so, again, because of Steve Belcher, not Harvey, Steve Belcher, I was able to connect with this brother. I had to have him on my show. Just personally in my family, my oldest sister has lupus, but she has it under control. And so I wanted to make sure I connected with him. And so without any further ado, I want to bring on Mr. Emmett Henderson all the way from Cali. Hello, my brother. Hello.
Hey, ladies, how are you this evening, should I say?
Yes, this evening. You still enjoying the afternoon because you over there in California.
You know, we have a beautiful day out here in California. I'm with my family. We got a barbecue grill going out outside. And much love and prayers to the family that's in the East that's dealing with that Hurricane Laura. So I want to hope and pray that everybody is safe from that. And in the meantime, all I can do is enjoy this sunshine that, this is that Cali living.
Okay. Now, Leslie, so we have another place to visit because I need to do brunch with Emmett and his lady as well. So
I'm all about California, girl. We'll just get
we
a
traveling.
RV and do a road trip.
All right, yeah, we gonna take Transplant Talk with Naishanda on the road. Hello.
That's it. And it's my honor and pleasure to be here with you for another time. I really enjoyed my talk with you and glad to share my story to the community, not just with lupus, but with the transplant, patients as well. So we got a big goal to reach with that 1,000 lives, and I am all for your cause, all for it.
Thank you. Again, I said, my brother, I need you. And he said, whatever time you need me. I sent him the link and he sent me a message. Hey, I'll be right on. Give me 5 minutes. And so he was right there. And Emmett, I know we're getting ready to wrap it up. I even had a comedian getting ready to give us some spoken word before we leave. So if you could just give a little bit of your story. And you do a lot of charity work, as well amongst COVID-19. So if you could give a little bit of your story, and then we'll have Nick come on and give us that spoken word.
Absolutely, and I could do it all in a nutshell. So for all that you guys that don't know, I was diagnosed with systemic lupus, but that was in 1995, 25 years ago. However, 1980, as a young kid, I had lupus symptoms and signs of the bad skin rash and fever. So now back then, lupus was one of those unheard of too many, especially with guys. So they didn't know what to diagnose me with. All they did was give me a cream, shoved me out the office and said, put this on your body, try to stay out of the sun, and we hope you get better. So over a year, I finally got rid of the skin rashes and the fevers disappeared on its own. 15 years later, as an adult, I get diagnosed with systemic lupus. Now, even back then, in 1995, I never heard of lupus. But the signs that brought me in there was that I was already admitted in with stage 4 kidney failure. And first time going into the emergency room is when they found out that was my kidney stage, but then they needed to know what had caused it. And after a few weeks of diagnosing with every test done in the book, they diagnosed me with systemic lupus. From there, my kidneys I was on dialysis, peritoneal dialysis for over a year. I went through everything from steroids to radiation to chemotherapy just to calm my lupus down. finally a bone marrow stem cell transplant clinical trial actually did it. It slowed it down, but lupus already done the damage. And with the damage of my kidneys, I was already destined to have a kidney transplant done. So with everything else that was going on with me, one of the biggest stories of me was having that second chance of life, of having a kidney transplant. And that was done in the fashion of my little brother. I was telling Naishanda my last story that the way they introduced me to having this kidney donated to me was like a one-of-a-kind story from what I'm told. After about 1.5 years of peritoneal dialysis, my body started to seem like it was giving up. Doctors told me I was in a desperate need of needing to find a kidney. I had told my immediate family, I don't want anybody to get a test. I don't want nobody to go under any type of surgeries or anything that I've gone through, my history and years of being sick. I don't want to see my family through that. So of course we end up having a kidney test, like a rally of over 200 people here in San Diego. Out of all 200 people, now one match. So what did my family do? Despite what I asked, they went behind my back. They all got tested. And out of the 3 siblings I have, my little brother ended up being 100% matched. All his markers across the board were 100%. So with less than 1 year later, we were on the kidney transplant hospital getting it done. But the way he told me about it, though, was that Father's Day, June 2012, we exchanged gifts between my 2 brothers and my dad. And everybody I'm seeing getting gift cards, getting electronics, and I'm like, I can't wait till mine, I can't wait till mine. What mine ended up being was a small can of kidney beans. And so my little brother gave it to me, and I'm asking my brother, it's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to make you a salad? You want me to prepare a dish for you? And he says to me, no, I'm giving you my kidney. So I'm looking at the kidney beans, I'm looking at him. I put 2 and 2 together, and the whole emotion of my whole family was quiet. You could hear a pin drop. My mother ended up crying because she picked it up. Nobody knew but my brother and his wife what they were going to do for me that Father's Day. So Father's Day 2012, I was told he's giving me a kidney. We were on the operating table February 2013, February 25th. So to me, that's my second birthday, my second chance of life. I am here now doing everything for male lupus warriors, doing everything for my nonprofit called Hugs and Bags, because I have this second chance of life. So with what you mentioned about me doing for the community, despite the COVID, since COVID started, we were out. Before COVID, we were doing everything for the community by having events, providing food, providing resources, toiletries, everything we can for them. COVID started, it kind of slowed all of that down, so we found another way of doing it. We were feeding 600 meals a day since March up to July 31st of food to the community, disabled people, low income, senior citizen, essential workers. July 31st, sponsorship had failed, but that doesn't mean we stop. We keep on giving. So we found other ways to continue this love train is what we're doing. And then, of course, my part of it is helping people with lupus, men with mental health issues dealing with lupus. It's a stigma of men coming out there talking about lupus, talking about any type of illness that they have, because we don't need to talk about our feelings that could basically embarrass us. At the time, I didn't want to tell anybody I had a woman's disease, but you know what? My faith in God and my strength allowed me to get past all that. And if my story can bounce back from everything I've been through, which that kidney transplant clinical trial is only a part of my story. I have so much more to tell. If I can bounce back from that and inspire people today, I can help and do whatever I can to help anybody. So it's just my thing to continue to do what I'm doing. I created Male Lupus Warriors for Men, for us to stand up. Let's get that strong mentality that, you know what, we're already warriors from the beginning. If we can talk about our sensitive feelings and talk about certain things that we don't normally reach out to get help, the day that we do, we're looked at as even being stronger. So guys, let's step up. Let's help our women get through what they're getting, but also let them know at the same time that we have feelings too. Men get lupus too. We can go through some of the things, but not only are we going to try to pick ourselves up, but opening up will allow other people to help us pick ourselves up. So that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm at. And I kind of hope I covered everything, Naishanda, for now. Or if I'm not, please tell me.
No, sir. You did it again. You know, YDIA, you did it again. As you always do. You show up and you do a great job. And I see Ray, another kidney warrior as well, motivational motivational speaker, and Tony is saying what an amazing story. I thank you. I thank you, my brother. I thank you for jumping on and finishing us off, because I told people we were going across the country, and so we end this in on the West Coast.
Yeah,
that's it.
And I just appreciate everyone that came on. So my brother, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Emmett,
I'll be in touch. And we
answer
coming to California. Absolutely, Leslie.
We here.
I just want to tell you, Emmett, I am so blessed that you were on this show, and I'm going to tell you why.
Thank you.
Because I was diagnosed in 2015 with dermatological lupus. It was not systemic. And I saw the RA doctor and everything looked fine. And I have never gone back because I did not realize it could eventually become systemic.
Yes.
So I think I need to make a doctor's appointment.
And because of me back then in my history, I mean, we're talking about the 1995 and then early 80s where I was having these problems. It wasn't even a thought of to check me for lupus, you know, lupus with 90% women at the time. And remember, in 95, while I'm sitting in the hospital for over 3.5 weeks, there was no Google for me. There wasn't anything that I could say, what is lupus? It was just written literature. Every single thing pertained to a woman. So the strong person that I was at the time, I was a little bit in denial that I can't have a woman's disease. I got too much going on for me. There's no way I'm gonna let this thing beat me. And here I am 25 years later with everything that I've been through, able to be the special guest for my special people I'm talking to right now.
Thank you for sharing your story, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had no idea it could become systemic. I thought there were just two different kinds.
And because back then I was diagnosed with skin rashes of unknown origin, fevers of unknown origin, they did not know what to look. So if I could also say that if you guys wanted to know more, you can always follow me at Male Lupus Warriors. I'm on Facebook and I'm on Instagram. I tell my story. I put out some positive stuff out there. I got a lot of things going on for me. But again, it's to promote awareness for autoimmune disease, lupus, men's mental health, period. We all need to get up and let's be strong to come out there and let's kind of face, accept what we have, accept what we're going through. And then at the end of the day, beat what we got and beat what we're going through.
Wonderful message.
Okay, Ray, I know you hear him. I need you two brothers to connect. All right. I need you two. Y'all might have to take y'all show on the road. All right. So thank you, my brother. Again, be blessed, and we will definitely be in touch. I'm coming to California.
Absolutely. Thank
All
you,
right.
ladies. Enjoy your night, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of this Cali sunshine.
I know, right?
Enjoy.
Enjoy. All righty. All right, my people, we are coming to the end. Leslie, we are coming to the end. And I was told that Nick is going to do some spoken word for us. And then we are going to give the thank yous and the sayanaras and hasta mañana, sayonara, however. So, Nick, if you would give us that spoken word, I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait. So, my brother is yes, sir.
No echo?
Too loud? No echo. We're going to close off our mic so that we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Is it okay if you like the first one, maybe I can do another one? What's your time frame here?
We're done.
We're done. Okay.
We're done. It's on you.
So okay, I'm gonna do one poem for you guys.
Okay.
So I just want to first of all, I just want to commend you for taking the time to put this together, for just thinking about other people. It's an awesome thing that you know, you use something that happened to you turn tragedy into triumph, and you're helping so many people. And it's just an awesome thing, especially during this year 2020, with everything that this year has brought. This is definitely a bright spot in this year. It's a bright spot for me because, as I said before earlier, this is very, very awkward. But I think a big thing of just moving forward and progressing in life is getting outside of your comfort zone to help others. this is what we should be doing. So that's part of the reason why when you asked me about this, I'm like, yeah, I have to do this because I was a little bit scared. So I was like, I can't let the fear win. But this is a poem I wrote, and I wrote this poem just being completely transparent with you. I wrote this poem when I was depressed. I was in a backslidden state as a believer, and the name of this poem is called "A Letter from My Potential." I had to sit down and I was just very brutally honest about those things that I needed to work on as a man to be who God had called me to be. And I think that, you know, I believe that I'm a believer that, well, I know that God didn't make any junk. So we all have greatness inside of us. But we just have to have the courage to give ourselves a straightness sometimes and pull ourselves together. It's nothing like your own words. Yeah. When you hear your own words telling you, somebody can tell you, but a person has to come to themselves. So the name of this poem is "A Letter from My Potential." And after I do this poem, hold up. Okay. After this poem, we'll all know each other a little better. Thanks again for having me. So I hope somebody's blessed by this. A letter from my potential. Dear Nick, let's be honest. You could be the spokesperson for underachievement. Has your inner drive died? Do you need some time for bereavement? I mean, you are a straight A student who's barely bringing C's in. I need you to get your head in the game. We can't afford to wait till next season, and I guess it's fitting. You still haven't acknowledged your procrastination problem. And I know you probably had planned on getting around to doing that tomorrow, but that's the attitude that got you in the slump you've been living in. I hope you listen. 2 words, diligence and discipline. See, you owe them both to your daughter, that is to be a better father, because the type of man that you want to see her marry, you're going to have to model, so stop running from your calling. You are far more than just an artist. Your gifts and talents are to be used as tools to lead people out of darkness. Someone has to give aid to the helpless and deliver hope to the hopeless. You are to piece together the broken. So I'm going to need you to focus. And I know that you struggle with loneliness. I understand those women are tempting, but you have to decide, is that night of passion worth another morning feeling empty and then pacifying with weed and alcohol? We all know too well the drill of trying to fill all the voids in your life that you know only God can fill, but yet and still with all the turmoil, you are no less a child of God. As you can see, the devil comes at you even harder now that you're on the other side. And though your walk has been far from perfect, know that God isn't mad at you. And all the mistakes you've made haven't taken away from all that he has for you, but still there is a battle going on. And it's getting rather intense. And if you're going to fight for the kingdom, you can't keep straddling the fence. There is too much to be accomplished. And fear can't be an accomplice. If you got a glimpse of God's plan for your life, it would simply leave you astonished. So embrace the gifts that he's given you, but never stray from humility. Always remembering with great power will come great responsibility, but that will only come with full dedication, an honest self-evaluation, and separation from some places, faces, and some people's expectation, Nick, to be the man of God you're called to be. You're going to have to dig down and find the courage. But understand, the old man will have to die before the new man can ever flourish. Nick, together, you and I can do things that people say could never be done. But until you decide to put God first in your life, you and I can never be one. Sincerely, your potential. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. I appreciate you having me. And this has been great. This has been fun. I greatly appreciate you. Again, if you want to find me, they told me to say my social media handles again. Is Instagram, Nick is funny. Nick is funny. And on Facebook, I got a fan page, Nick is funny. YouTube, Nick is funny. Comedian Nick Harvey. I do comedy. I do spoken word. I do motivational, inspirational speaking. I also make a really great omelet.
I like to eat.
My omelet game is on point. Like
I like
I
to eat.
was, my army game on point. I tried to get a job at a Waffle House, but they won't hire me because I passed the drug test.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. I'm going to let my audience go. But I want to publicly thank you. Thank you so much for stepping out of your comfort zone and being uncomfortable, but you were absolutely great. And so thank you for your time, energy, and effort. And that poem was on point. And somebody said that poem needs to be published. So I hope you got that published.
We are going to work on that. But thank you so much, and y'all have a great
okay.
night.
You have a good night as well. Thank you so much.
Bye,
all right.
Bye, Nick.
All right. Leslie, our time has come to an end and we are done. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for just being here, hanging in. I really don't think I could have done this without you. I
Girl,
really
you
don't
can
think
do anything. You're
you
amazing.
you
did a
are
beautiful job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am.
It really,
I'm just
it didn't
overwhelmed.
feel like 5 hours. It really didn't. I
It
enjoyed
don't.
it so much. Every story, every person you had on, you're an amazing woman.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to thank these other two special people in my life. My brother Horace, again, the engineer who has been doing it. I could not have done this without him. So I owe him something. I owe him something. I don't know what he did.
You owe him brunch.
No, I owe him brunch. Look, I always got to feed him, so that's good. I need to give him something else. And his beautiful wife for allowing him to come over here and be the engineer. What a great job. I think we need to do this again next year and have more people. And I don't even know why, or I know God did it. And God told me to do it. I'm just so grateful and obedient that we had an audience and we were able to do this. I had a great co-host. I have a great engineer. I had a great spot here at Candid Studios in Jacksonville, Florida, with Chris Candid. And this is the hub where we come and have different things and photo shoots and all kind of things like that. And I definitely want to thank him because he has definitely been my photographer. I appreciate him. I love him much. And thank you, everyone. Steve, I'm going to find out how much I raised. And hopefully we're going to keep it going. I'm going to come back. We're going to keep raising money for the Gabriel House. The fact is that a lot of people got their stories told, and people need to understand how very important it is to become an organ donor. So don't forget to follow us on Facebook with Save1000Lives. Don't forget to follow us on YouTube. And don't forget to give. And our Cash App is Save1000Lives. And follow us again. Like, share, and click that bell so that you get the notifications. And again, thank you all so much. Y'all are still coming with the comments. I hope your dad got just a little more. He did. And Horace, everybody says thank you. Listen, don't nobody call me tomorrow. I'm sleeping all day. And
God bless and good night.
Good night. Good night, everybody. Again, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening.
You too,
Y'all
darling.
have a good evening. Bye-bye, y'all.